of this cluster. This training is organized by Technical Assistance Project, jointly funded by European Union and Turkish government. This is Turkey in Horizon 2020. Of course, we are working together with TÜBİTAK, so this training is organized jointly with TÜBİTAK. My name is Alexander Bakowski. I'm a team leader of this technical assistance project. Of course, the name of the project must be slightly misleading because we are saying title is Turkey in Horizon 2020, but of course we have started in Horizon 2020, but now of course our activities are targeting on Horizon Europe, and our main objective is to increase participation of Turkish stakeholders in Horizon Europe program. Okay, so I think that we have still no work program, so we don't have official work program for this cluster. Commission announced that it will be informed that it will be announced mid-June. I'm sure that Çınar has more information about that. So I will not going to take more of your time, and I will pass the floor to Çınar, NCP for Cluster 6 at TÜBİTAK, and she will provide more information about today's training. Çınar, the floor is yours. Çınar, could you take over and to continue? I'm not sure if we have, if you can hear us. Çınar? No?
Good morning, everyone.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Please continue.
Tarımsal Araştırmalar ve Politikalar Genel Müdürlüğü, TÜBİTAK MAM ve TÜBİTAK Bilgem Araştırma Merkezlerimizden saygıdeğer katılımcılar, günaydınlar. Ufuk Avrupa Gıda Güvenliği, Biyoekonomi, Doğal Kaynaklar, Tarım ve Çevre Alanı proje yazma eğitimi etkinliğinize ilginiz ve değerli katılımınız için öncelikle çok teşekkür ediyorum. Birçoğunuzla tanışıyor olsak da ben kendimi tanıtayım. Ben Çınar Adalı Öner. 12 yılı aşkın süredir TÜBİTAK Uluslararası İşbirliği Daire Başkanlığı bünyesinde yer alan Avrupa Birliği Çerçeve Programlar Müdürlüğü'nde gıda, tarım, denizcilik, biyoekonomi alanları ulusal irtibat noktası ve ulusal uzman olarak görev yapmaktayım. Değerli katılımcılarımız, ülkemiz bilindiği üzere 2004 yılından itibaren dünyanın en büyük sivil araştırma programı olan Avrupa Birliği Çerçeve Programları'nda asosya üye ülke olarak katılım sağlamaktadır. Araştırmacılarımız programdan Avrupa Birliği ülkelerindeki katılımcılarla eşit haklarla yararlanmaktadır. Geçtiğimiz son birkaç yılda kazandığımız ivmeyi 2020 yılı itibariyle daha da artırarak program bazında ödediğimiz yaklaşık 265 milyon avroluk ulusal katkı payının üzerinde yine yaklaşık 296 milyon avro tutarında fon almayı başardık. Programın diğer çağrı sonuçlarının açıklanmasıyla birlikte bu miktarın daha da artmasını öngörmekteyiz. Özellikle son yıllarda araştırmacılarımız Avrupa'dan çok sayıda kuruluşun dahil olduğu büyük konsorsiyumlu projelerde sadece ortak olarak yer almanın ötesine geçerek artık bu konsorsiyumları koordine etmeyi başarmış ve çok ortaklı projelerde Türk koordinatör sayımız son 2 yılda 7'den 29'a yükselmiştir. Bugün ve yarın verilecek detaylı proje yazma eğitimi ile de siz paydaşlarımızın projelerde daha aktif ve söz sahibi, hatta projelerin koordinasyonunda rol alacak şekilde destek olmayı arzulamaktayız. Bilindiği üzere Avrupa Komisyonu 2021 yılı itibariyle yeni çerçeve programı olan ve 2021-2027 yılları arasında yürütülecek Ufuk Avrupa programını hayata geçirmiştir. Toplam bütçesi 95,5 milyar avro olan Ufuk Avrupa programının tam 9 milyar avroluk kısmı ise bugün özellikle konuşacağımız gıda, tarım, çevre, biyoekonomi ve doğal kaynaklar alanına ayrılmış durumdadır. Bu bağlamda biyoçeşitlilikten döngüsel ekonomiye, sürdürülebilir birincil üretim sistemlerinden sağlıklı ve çevre dostu gıda üretimine, iklim aksiyonu için kara, okyanus ve su çalışmalarından yeşil mutabakat ve çevresel gözlem teknolojilerine kadar birçok alanda araştırma ve yenilik projeleri desteklenmesi öngörülmektedir. Bahse konu alan içeriği ve hedefleri ülkemizde uygulanmakta olan strateji ve politikalar ile de uyum göstermektedir. Ufuk 2020 ile kıyaslandığında Ufuk Avrupa'da tematik alanlar bazında bazı farklılaşmaların olduğunu görmekteyiz. Önceki programda 2 farklı tematik alan olarak karşımıza çıkan gıda, tarım, denizcilik ve biyoekonomi alanı ile çevre ve doğal kaynaklar alanlarının Ufuk Avrupa'da birleşerek küme adı verilen, yani cluster adı verilen bir yapıya dönüştüğünü görmekteyiz. İçerik olarak bu seviyede genişlemiş bir kümede de farklı alt çağrılar karşımıza çıkmakta. Toplamda 7 tane alt çağrıdan bugün özellikle şu anki dinleyici kitlemizi daha çok ilgilendiren toplam 5 tane alt çağrıya odaklanıyor olacağız bugün ve yarın. Değerli araştırmacılarımız, kümemize ait 2021 çağrısının 22 Haziran 2021 tarihinde Avrupa Komisyonu tarafından açılması ve 6 Kasım'a kadar da açık kalması öngörülüyor. Bildiğiniz üzere ilk olarak Nisan'da açılması öngörülmüştü. Ardından Avrupa Komisyonu'nun iç düzenlemelerinde olan bazı gecikmelerden dolayı şu an için öngörülen tarih 22 Haziran olarak öngörülüyor. Çağrı kapsamında desteklenecek olan tüm projelerin tek aşamalı başvuruya tabi olmasını bekliyoruz. Yani kapanış tarihinden önce tamamıyla hazırlanmış olan proje önerilerimizi sunmamız gerekiyor. 2 aşamalı bir değerlendirme olmayacağını öngörüyoruz 2021 çağrıları için. Dolayısıyla full proposal araştırmacılarımız 6 Kasım tarihinden önce Avrupa Komisyonu'nun web sitesine yüklemeleri gerekiyor. Hemen belirtmek istiyorum, 2021-2022 yılları içinde ayrılan toplam bütçe, alanımız için ayrılan toplam bütçe 2 milyar avro kadar olacaktır. Dolayısıyla ciddi anlamda büyük bir pasta var önümüzde bizi bekleyen. Çok fazla konumuz var. 198 tane farklı konu başlığı var araştırmacıların proje sunabileceği. Dolayısıyla olabildiğince bu programdan istifade etmek için uygun bir ekosistemi oluşturmaya çalışıyoruz biz de. Hemen özellikle vermek istediğim önemli birkaç tarih var etkinlikler anlamında. 2021 çağrımızın açılmasıyla birlikte 7 ve 8 Temmuz 2021 tarihlerinde Avrupa Komisyonu tarafından küme 6 özelinde bir bilgi günü düzenlenecek. Çevrim içi bir etkinlik olacak. Bilgi gününde hem küme 6 özelindeki konular sunulacak hem de yeni programda, biliyorsunuz yeni programda bazı değişiklikler, farklılaşmalar var. Yeni programda karşımıza çıkacak yenilikler ve proje yazımında dikkat edilmesi gereken konular nedir? Kapsamlı bir şekilde Avrupa Komisyonu'ndaki proje uzmanları tarafından ilk ağızdan 2 gün boyunca dinliyor olacaksınız. Hemen akabinde de 9 Temmuz tarihinde de yine çevrim içi bir proje pazarı etkinliği düzenlenecek. İlgili etkinlikte proje koordinatörleri proje fikirlerini sunum olarak sunacaklar ve ardından katılımcılar daha önceden online sistemde, çevrim içi sistemde oluşturulmuş birebir görüşmeler gerçekleştirecekler. İlgili proje fikirlerini tartışacaklar ve konsorsiyumları oluşturmaya başlayacaklar. Tüm bu etkinliklerimizin duyurusu ve kayıt bilgileri web sitemiz olan www.ufuk2020.org.tr adresinde yer alıyor. Lütfen web sitemizi inceleyin. Eğer etkinliklerle de ilgileniyorsanız bir an önce en kısa zamanda kayıt olmanızı şiddetle tavsiye ediyorum. Kayıtlar kapanabilir. O yüzden bir an önce proaktif bir şekilde kayıt olup bu etkinliklerden istifade etmenizi çok arzularız. Ben sözlerime son verirken alanımız kapsamında açılan çağrı konularının tedarik edilebilmesinden tutun, ortaklık süreçlerinin yürütülmesine kadar her hususta sizlere elimizden gelen her türlü desteği sağlamaktan memnun olacağımızı belirtir, verimli bir proje yazma eğitimi olmasını temenni ederim. En kısa zamanda yüz yüze de gerçekleştirebileceğimiz toplantılar yapmak dileğiyle kendim ve alanda birlikte çalıştığımız diğer oyun arkadaşlarım Serhat Yıldırım Bey ve Çağla Akat Köse Hanım adına saygılarımı sunuyorum. Kısaca kendini tanıtması ve hoş geldiniz demesi için sözü de Serhat Yıldırım Bey'e bırakmak istiyorum. Teşekkür ederim.
Teşekkür ederim Çınar Hanım. Çok sağ olun. Değerli katılımcılar, ben de hepinizi saygıyla selamlıyorum. Kusura bakmayın, bir sağlık sıkıntısı yaşadığım için kameramı açamıyorum sizlere. Sesim de çok fazla iyi gelmiyordur diye düşünüyorum ama yine de hepinizi saygıyla selamlıyorum. Umarım çok verimli bir etkinlik olur. Ben de Çınar Hanım gibi Ufuk 20 gıda alanından itibaren Ufuk Avrupa Küme 6'da sizlerle bu kapsamda destek veren entitelerden biri olarak görev yapacağım. Çınar Hanım uzun uzun programın detaylarını size çok detaylıca verimlice anlattı. Kısaca belki de ben de şuna değinebilirim. Hani Green Deal çağrısıyla birlikte ülkemizin gıda alanında ciddi bir atılım yaptığını görüyoruz. Hani çağrı sonuçta henüz açıklanmadı ama katılımın yüksek olması veya özellikle de koordinatör sayımızın yüksek olması aynı ivmeyi Ufuk Avrupa'da da yakalayabileceğimizi, bu şekilde devam edebileceğimizi de gösteriyor. Bu bağlamda bizlerin TÜBİTAK olarak daha önceden de Ufuk 20 kapsamında da geliştirdiğimiz ödül ve destek programlarımız halen devam etmekte. Hatta ağlara üyelik gibi yeni programlarımız, kapsamları genişletecek şekilde eski programlarımız da devam ediyor. Bizler gerek UİN'ler olarak görevlerimiz kapsamında, gerekse TÜBİTAK olarak siz değerli araştırmacıların çerçeve programlardan maksimum düzeyde faydalanmak için her zaman buradayız. Çınar Hanım'ın dediği gibi dileriz ki ilerleyen zamanlarda yüz yüze görüşmek de mümkün olur. Bugün sizlerden bu yapılacak etkinlikten en yüksek verimi almanızı diliyorum. Bir sorunuz olması durumunda, bizlerle görüşmek istediğiniz durumunda bizlere her zaman telefon numaralarımızdan veya e-maillerimizden ulaşabilirsiniz. Seve seve yardımcı olmak isteriz. Çok teşekkür ederim. Verimli bir etkinlik diliyorum sizlere.
Thank you.
Ben de ufak bir söz almak isterim.
Okay.
Herkese merhabalar. Ben Çağla Akat Köse. Ben de Küme 6 alanında ulusal irtibat noktası olarak çalışmaktayım. Takıma çok yeni katıldım. Ben de sizler gibi bugünkü eğitimden çok büyük faydalar göreceğimi düşünüyorum. Ve ilerleyen tarihlerde sizlere her konuda yardımcı olmaya hazır bulunacağım. Verimli ve güzel bir toplantı olmasını diliyorum. Hepiniz hoş geldiniz ve çok teşekkür ederiz ilginizden dolayı. İyi günler diliyorum.
Dear Alexander, I just contact to our next speaker, Miriam Diandeli. She said
Yes.
that I have some problems with my connection, so she plans to join in 5 minutes.
Okay,
But
yeah, fine. We have to wait for, for her. But now maybe I would like Tuğçe to go into Slido, and maybe we will spend this 3 minutes waiting for Miriam to answer some questions about our participants, what we are usually doing at each training, to know your previous experience about research and development, and also your affiliation. So please use Slido. You can just scan QR code and get access to Slido, and then answer your question. It's very straightforward. We have okay. We have first answer. Please use your mobile phones to scan the code and access the poll and answer questions. Okay, please continue. We will wait few more minutes now. Yeah, now is the question about your. Now we have question about your affiliation. We need some more. We need some more answers. This is also information for our experts, for our speakers, how to tailor their presentations for what is your affiliation and what they should target more their presentations to what kind of recipients. Okay, we have one more, I think. Your role in proposals. Yeah, I see few people have quite number of participants have experience also in successful projects. Okay, we have 34 answers. Okay, I think that Miriam is with us. Am I correct?
Yes, here I am. Good morning, all.
Good morning. Good morning. So before I will give the floor, I would encourage all participants to answer questions through Zoom during the presentation, and our experts will try to answer these questions even during their presentations or after presentations. So please don't hesitate to type your questions. We will be following them up and asking panelists to answer them. Okay, so now we have introduction to cluster 6, general information about policy impacts and expectations. Miriam is, I would like to add that Miriam is from APRE, from Italy. APRE is a contact point for Horizon Europe in Italy. Okay, Miriam, floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Alexander, and thank you all for coming. Please allow no video, since my internet connection today is a little bit untrusty, and I was keeping falling down. I'm going to share my video right away. I hope you can see my presentation. Okay, so first of all, a few words about myself. Even though Alexander already introduced me quite well, I am the national contact point in Italy for Cluster 6, Food, Bioeconomy, Natural Resources, Agriculture and Environment, as well as for Cluster 5. I was in Horizon 2020 instead, national contact point for Societal Challenge 5, as well as Societal Challenge 4. Therefore, these included climate action, environment, resource efficiency, and raw material, a part of which has been absorbed by Cluster 6. In order to well understand where the Cluster 6 comes from, it's definitely worthy to let's say to build an overview of the policy background that inform this cluster. First of all, we cannot disregard the fact that we are living in a time of deep environmental changes. We have droughts, we have North European forest fires, we have a very significant decrease of the insect species, and all of these environmental phenomena are accompanied, are followed by some sort of awareness, raising, growing awareness by society about the importance of preserving and coping with climate change. One of these social phenomenon are, for example, Friday for the Future. Greta Thunberg will certainly tell you something. Well, in front of all of these environmental and societal challenges, the European Commission couldn't remain, let's say, it couldn't remain like this, couldn't do nothing. Therefore, Ursula von der Leyen, just the second week after taking office, launched the European Green Deal. The European Green Deal, as you know, is the new strategy of the European Commission, which sort of regards all the economic sectors of our continent, from mobility to energy to industry, biodiversity, food security, so on and so forth. The idea behind the European Green Deal is to design, starting from the Green Deal, a collection of transformative policies, of other policies that will help the implementation of the Green Deal. Let's start, for example, with the Sustainable Europe Investment Plan, which is a European Green Deal investment plan, including the Horizon 2020 Green Deal call of 1 billion euros. And such an investment plan also proposes a just transition mechanism, which is another thing that is informing all the European, the Horizon Europe, calls, meaning a transition toward the climate neutrality, which is fair for society, which is society friendly, let's say. But the European Commission didn't stop there. We have also had the proposal for a European climate law, which is supposed to transform into a law the goal for climate neutrality of the European Union by 2050. This proposal sets new targets for the greenhouse gas emissions reductions by 2030 and by 2050, and is aimed to reduce the vulnerability of Europe to the effects of climate change. I'm just mentioning all of these because such topics are definitely the tenet of the calls of Cluster 6. And in fact, circularity is one of the themes exploded in Cluster 6 work program. The European Commission, in this regard, launched the Circular Economy Action Plan. Whose core sectors are electronic, ICT, textile, plastics, food and packaging, and waste. These are, in fact, included in cluster 6, and is focused on skills development for a circular economy transition. But even more relevant for our audience today is certainly certainly two strategies. The Farm to Fork and the Biodiversity strategy. Here you can find the link, but I would like to go deeper into each of these two strategies in order for you to get a better idea of what is the objectives that your proposals should follow and should realize. First, the biodiversity strategy for 2030 aims to build the resilience of our society to threats like climate change, forest fires, food insecurity, disease outbreaks, because we cannot forget about the COVID pandemic, including by protecting wildlife and fighting illegal wildlife trade. As for the action foreseen by the biodiversity strategy, the first is to establish a network of broader network of protected areas for at least 30% of the land in Europe and 30% of the sea in Europe. The second action instead is restoring the degraded ecosystems at land and sea. And down below you can see the ecosystems, the sub-actions, that the European Commission identifies. Meaning increasing organic farming and biodiversity-rich landscape features on agricultural land, halting and reversing the decline of pollinators, restoring 25,000 kilometers of rivers, reducing the use of pesticides by 50%, and planting billions of trees in the next 10 years. Now let's talk about the Farm to Fork strategy. This is, anyway, in both cases, these are documents that I really encourage you to download and to read if you plan to write a proposal in cluster 6. Anyway, Farm to Fork is the strategy establishing that Horizon Europe will support research and innovation on food, bioeconomy, natural.
Hello, everybody. I guess Miriam has a problem in connection, right? Shall we wait? Shall we wait for 1 minute?
We lost connection with Miriam, I think. And, Probably.
Shall we wait for another 1 minute?
Yeah, we should, because sorry about that. Probably we cannot contact her through internet because she lost internet connection.
Yes, I think so. Oh, she's
Trying to join, yeah.
Yeah. Miriam, can you hear us?
Here I am again. Here I am again.
You're back. You're back. Yeah.
I am back. I'm very sorry. I don't know why today the connection is giving so much trouble. So I'm sorry. Just let me start again with my presentation.
You finished the farm to fork strategy.
Yes, yes, and
you have started, as a matter of fact.
I hope. I don't know where you were. I mean, where you were. Like I hope I was not talking to myself like for half an hour.
We lost you when you started about farm to fork strategy.
Okay, so yes, we were. I was just saying that the farm to fork strategy is at the base of the cluster 6. Of course, you can get it just by the title, and is according to the farm to fork that Horizon Europe through cluster 6 will support research and innovation on a bunch of topics like food, bioeconomy, natural resources, agriculture, fisheries, aquaculture, through several kinds of innovations, but mainly digital technologies, ICTs, and nature-based solutions. Among the areas of research included in Cluster 6, we have marked, according to the strategy Farm to Fork, macrobiome, food from the ocean, urban food systems, and there is also some topics, some calls for proposals on the alternative sources of proteins like those plant-based or microbial, marine and insects-based, as well as on meat substitutes. There is also an emphasis on international cooperation with particular reference to the agroecology, landscape management, and land governance, as well as biodiversity, fair value chains, diets, healthy diets, prevention to food crisis, pest management, animal health and welfare, food safety standards, and antimicrobial resistance. Now, let's just have a look of Cluster 6 in Horizon Europe. Cluster 6 in Horizon Europe stands in the second pillar among the clusters, as you can see. And all these having said, and I will stop here for my first, let's say, part of the presentation. Let's see whether I can go on for some other time. Cluster 6 aims, given all the strategical basis that I have just explained, at reducing environmental degradation, halting and reversing the decline of biodiversity on land, inland water, and sea, and better managing natural resources through social and economic changes in both urban and rural areas. Additionally, the idea behind such a work program is to ensure food and nutritional security for all through knowledge, innovation, digitalization in agriculture, fisheries, aquaculture, and food systems, while accelerating the transition to a circular economy and sustainable bioeconomy, including forestry. The research and innovation activities are contributing then to the objectives of the Green Deal, with specific reference to the biodiversity strategy, farm to fork strategy, European Climate Pact, and other initiatives such as sustainable industries, where the value chains, the food value chains are taken into consideration, eliminating pollution, as well as the long-term vision for rural areas and, of course, the Sustainable Development Goals. The intervention areas of Cluster 6 are then environmental observation, biodiversity and natural resources, agriculture, forestry and rural areas, seas, oceans and inland waters, food systems, bio-based innovation systems in the EU bioeconomy, as well as circular systems. Let's have a look at key strategic orientation and expected impacts, and then I will suggest to have a break, and we can get back then with the actual calls for proposals, which will take longer as a presentation. The activities in Cluster 6 will contribute to the following key strategic orientation. It is promoting an open strategic autonomy by leading the development of key digital and enabling technologies to accelerate and steer the digital and green transitions through technologies and innovations. So here again, we have, as in other clusters of Horizon Europe, we have the idea of accelerating the transitions in two terms, in terms of using digital technologies and being and making them greener, environmentally and climate friendly and sustainable, of course. Then we have restoring European ecosystems and biodiversity, since, as you certainly know, the decrease of biodiversity and of the ecosystems is definitely one of the biggest catastrophes of our time. So the idea is to restore them, managing natural resources in a sustainable way in order to ensure food security and, of course, an healthy environment. The third key strategic orientation taken into consideration by Cluster 6 is making Europe the first digitally led, circular, climate neutral and sustainable economy through the transformation of the production systems, among the other things. And finally, the last key strategic orientation that we must take into account is about the creation of a European society which is prepared and responsive to the disasters and threats, while at the same time addressing the inequalities, providing high quality healthcare and empowering all citizens to contribute to these digital and green transitions. These are the impacts. These are the impacts that we must take into consideration if we want to approach Cluster 6. As you can see, but we will talk about these more into details later. Cluster 6 work program has 7 destinations, meaning seven groups of calls for proposals, but I will show you what I mean much better in my second presentation after the break. To each of these destinations a specific impact referred. So the idea here, I won't go into all the impacts. I won't read through them, and neither I will read the destinations. We will certainly again see them later into detail. But for the moment, what you need to know is that all the actions founded under the cluster 6 destinations on your right must contribute to the delivery of the impacts on your left. So even though they are quite generic, you must take them into account when you are writing your proposal, when you are approaching the cluster 6 calls for proposals. And now I will rather stop, and I will give the floor to Alexander, maybe for the break. Alexander?
Yeah, thank you, Miriam.
I am 4 minutes earlier than expected. But we will take some more time maybe for the second part of the presentation later.
We can, according to our agenda, we can have, I think, 5 minutes break to give people a chance to have a coffee or drink some water. Just technical break, and give them a chance to digest what you have already said.
Yes.
It's very important but difficult to digest all these key strategic orientations, impacts, and relations to destinations. Okay, so we will reconvene, I think, at 11.
Okay.
Yeah, we will start 11 and we'll continue to the lunch break with your presentation on destination 1, 2, and 3.
Yes, we will see them all into details, and we will have a look. We will have an overview of the topics included in each of them.
Okay, thank you, and see you in 10 minutes.
Thank you.
It's 11. Now we can continue. Do we have Miriam with us?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, I think that it's 11 o'clock and we can continue with the presentation of destinations work program of cluster 6. Yes.
Okay, so you confirm that.
Yes, excellent.
That is great. Okay, so we left at the cluster 6 work program. But in order to have all the same understanding of this vocabulary that I'm using, I would like to set some basic concepts. What is a work program? What do we mean when we talk about a work program? The work program is nothing but a document downloadable from the European Commission Founding and Tender Opportunities portal. Here you will find the link, which includes all the calls for proposals open in a given time. And the current work program indeed covers 2 years, 2021 and 2022. This is the table of content of a work program. Of course, I'm using the Cluster 6 work program, but all the work program of Horizon Europe will have the same structure. They have a table of contents where you will be able to find the title of the destination, meaning several destinations, and inside each destination you can find several calls for proposal, and inside the call you will find several topics. Therefore, we can say that destinations are groups of call for proposals, and calls for proposals are groups of topic. Each topic is identified by the code that I have underlined here. For example, Horizon CL6 2021 Biodiv 0101. A title, and several other elements that we are going to see in a second. Here is a typical topic. So let's say that we have read through the table of content, and checking the titles of each topic, we have decided that we are interested in one of them. We go at the corresponding page, and this is what we will find. First of all, a table about specific conditions where we have the expected contribution per action, the expected grant that the proposal may request to the European Commission, the indicative budget of the topic, meaning how much money the European Commission has put into that topic, and the type of action. The type of action is really crucial, since it gives us the idea of the type of activities, of the kind of activities that we can perform in our proposal, meaning research activities, technology development activities, or any other kind of activities. Then following, we will find the expected outcomes. This section specifies the positive effects that our proposal must generate. And finally, we can find the scope. The scope specifies the focus and the boundaries of our proposals. In few words, very, very, very synthetically, what we need to do. Typically, these will include a brief synthesis of the problem and what the proposals are expected to do. Toward the end of the topic, we can also find some additional requests by the European Commission. For example, the very last sentence, in the very last sentence of this topic, we can read, in this topic, the integration of the gender dimension in research and innovation content is not mandatory requirement. So we know here that we do not have to take into consideration mandatorily the gender dimension. If we approach Horizon Europe, we must be aware that the topic must be read word by word, because as the agenda says, every word counts. Every word is an aspect that we need to satisfy, is a request we need to satisfy with our proposal. Since we have talked about types of action and consequentially the kind of activities that we can perform according to the request of the European Commission, I thought it was worthy to talk about it more into details. We have three main types of action. These are not all the types of action that we can find in Horizon Europe. These are the most common ones. And first of all, we can find the research and innovation actions, including activities aiming to establish new knowledge or to explore the feasibility of a certain innovation solution, whether it's a product or a service or a technology. Therefore, this type of action may include basic and applied research, technology development, integration, testing, demonstration, and validation in a simulated environment on a small scale prototype. The peculiarity of the research and innovation action is that the funding rate is 100% of the eligible costs. Following, we have innovation actions. The innovation actions include activities aimed at producing plans or arrangements or designs for new or improved solutions, whether it's a product or a process or a service, and therefore we can have prototyping activities, testing, demonstrating activities, pilot actions, large-scale product validation, and market replication activities. There is anyway a specificity related to the innovation action that we must take into account. Namely, the for-profit organizations, therefore companies or any private organization for profit, is allowed to get a coverage up to 70% of their total eligible costs. Only 70%. Anyway, if you are a non-profit organization, a public university or any other non-profit organization, you can still get 100% of coverage of your eligible costs. even though this is an innovation action. So such a type of action differentiate between non-profit and for-profit. The first category gets up to 100% of coverage of their eligible cost. The second category gets 70% of coverage of their eligible cost. At last, we have another type of action, the coordination and support action, including activities not directly related to research and innovation, but still contributing to the objectives of Horizon Europe. Therefore, they may include networking activities, awareness raising, coordination, and stakeholder engagement activities. In this case, the funding rate is up to 100% of the total eligible costs for any kinds of organizations. Now, now that we have all agreed upon the vocabulary and what we are talking about when we refer to work programs, types of action, topics, and so on and so forth, we get back to the Cluster 6 work program and specifically its destination. This is an overview of the work program and the destination. I will focus only on the first three of them, destination 1, 2, and 3. As you can see, out of 7 of the destinations that you may read here, and as you can see, these destinations are quite rich in terms of number of topics, as well as in terms of budget, since they account in total for the 54% of the budget of the whole work program. These instead are the calls. Again, let's focus on the first 3 of them, the biodiversity and ecosystem services, which has 2 calls in 2021 and 2 calls in 2022. Both of the calls in 2021 are 1 stage, so 1 deadline, 1 proposal submitted. The second destination, which is about food systems from primary production to consumption, has 1 call in 2021 and 2 calls in 2022. The third destination, which is about circular economy and bioeconomy sectors, again, it's 1 call in 2021 and 2 calls in 2022. So only 1 stage calls in 2021 for all the 3 and actually all the 7 destinations in work program. Now let's start by talking about the destinations more into their details. First of all, as the title may suggest, the topics included in destination 1 are all contributing to the biodiversity strategies for 2030 that I have mentioned earlier this morning. In general, this destination supports a better understanding of the biodiversity decline, since we know that I said that I believe 1 million of species are at risk of extinction, and the degradation of the ecosystems puts both humans and plants and animals in danger. So we need to better understand the biodiversity decline, developing solutions for preventing and addressing the causes of biodiversity loss, such as land use change, overexploitation, climate change, pollution, invasive species, and so on. using big data analysis, artificial intelligence, but not only, also social sciences, communication, and policies tools. Also, tools to restore the biodiversity and ecosystem services need to be developed under this destination by laying the ground for scaling up and deploying technological, societal, and nature-based solutions. Also, since our current production systems rely on a limited number of crops, breeds, and forest trees species, the Destination 6 also focuses on managing biodiversity in primary production. In fact, by diversifying the genetic resources, we can use plants and animals that can be more adaptive to different environments and ecosystems, taking into account always the interplay between the species. And also the fact that several species delivers important services, ecosystem services like the pollination, the soil fertility, risk control, and so on. There is also an emphasis on the transformative change on biodiversity in this destination with the focus on social innovation and more specifically on socio-economic and multidisciplinary research about the role of education in knowledge and the role of knowledge and the role of tools that can help the understanding of the role of transformative change for biodiversity policymaking and for addressing the indirect drivers for biodiversity loss, accelerating the change, the transformative change of the society so that behaviors will benefit the biodiversity instead of putting it in danger. The last thing that we need to take into account is that the interconnection between biodiversity research and the policies, the supporting policies, is under the scope of this European partnership rescuing biodiversity to safeguard life on Earth. That is a co-fund partnership. There is a topic for the creation of such a partnership, a private-public partnership, but this is, we won't talk about it since this is not relevant for the audience today, for the participants today. Now that we have like a general idea of all the topics that we may find under this destination, I would say that we can see the topics that are included. As you can see, we have several of them divided into let's say sections. The 4 topics are devoted to understanding biodiversity decline. These are only the topics for 2021, by the way. And as you can see under this section, there are only research and innovation actions. So mainly activities aimed at producing new knowledge or exploring the feasibility of a certain product or services, low technology readiness level, even though In this topic, we don't always find the technology readiness level mentioned. And also, as you can see, the first two topics will fund two proposals each, while the second two, the last two, number 3 and number 4, will only fund one proposal each. Instead, under the section about valuing and restoring biodiversity and ecosystem services, we can find 8 topics, so more than the first batch. And these are research and innovation actions, coordination action, innovation action. So all kinds, up to you to choose what is the one that is more suitable in order to pursue your project ideas. Also, I didn't mention it earlier, you can find here the deadline. The deadline is supposed to be on the 6th of October this year, so this is still to be confirmed. Anyway, we will know for sure very soon, since the work programs, which are still in draft, will be published around the 17th, 18th of June, and probably the calls will open on the 22nd of June, but this is still to be confirmed. The other batch under this destination is about managing biodiversity in primary production. This includes 2 topics. The first one is about breeding and a focus on root-based traits, and it's a research and innovation action, while the second topic is about fostering organic crop breeding, and it's an innovation action. Both of the topics will fund 2 proposals each. Then we have enabling transformative change on biodiversity. As I said, the focus here is about social and economic research. Or anyway, these are aspects that must be taken into account when you write a proposal for one of these topics. And as you can see, all of them are research and innovation action. And also by the titles, you can get the flavor. The first one, in fact, is about the impact analysis of the trade in biomass on ecosystems. The second one is about the nexus between biodiversity and all the other aspects such as water, food, energy, transport, and climate and health of the transformative, in the context of the transformative change. The third topic is about the governance, and the fourth one is about the impact assessment of the opportunities offered by ICT and social innovation on biodiversity. This is, if I'm not wrong, the last batch of topics under destination 1, and it is about interconnecting biodiversity research and supporting policies. Here we have 2 coordination actions and 1 research and innovation action. And also here we will find the emphasis on extra-European cooperation. These slides gives an overview of the whole work program for the 2 years. I will go very quickly through it since this is just for those curious for figures. rather than giving you an idea of the content of the destination. Destination 2 now, as I said, is about the food systems from primary production to consumption. In this case, all the topics must contribute to the farm to fork strategy we talked about this morning. Here we can find a focus on sustainable and competitive agriculture, focusing on solutions on agroecology solutions, organic production of EU grown plant proteins, and advancing digital and data technologies. We can also find some topics on plant and animal health and welfare, prevention of interspecies disease transmission, and also several topics devoted to reducing the farmers' dependencies on pesticides and antimicrobials. We have some topics on sustainable fisheries and aquaculture that are aiming at creating building a food production which is safe, healthy, environmentally friendly, and that can provide nutrients for an healthy diet, of course. We also have some topic about the transformation of food systems. In this case, research and innovation is supposed to help accelerate the transition towards food systems which are healthy, inclusive, and sustainable by delivering in various areas like dietary shifts towards sustainable nutrition, supply of alternative and plant-based proteins, prevention and reduction of food loss and waste. And in this case, also food urban systems are taken into account, are to be taken into account. I mean, at last, in this destination, we also find some international cooperation topics, and in particular, there is a partnership to be built on between EU and Africa on food and nutrition security and sustainable agriculture. Let's see the topic. Under the first section of this destination, we may find nine topics. These are mainly based on sustainable and competitive agriculture. And as you can see, and also breeds, organic and ecologically friendly plant and animal welfare. I won't go through all of them because we don't have much time left, as you can, but anyway, you can find them here, and I will provide the slides to the organizers so they can give it to you after the event. The part of the destination devoted to enabling sustainable fisheries and aquaculture as I believe 9 topics as well, and in this case we have 3 innovation action and the majority of research and innovation action. Here under targeted international cooperation we can find, as I said, 2 topics. In 2021 we have food, nutrition, security, and sustainable agriculture with Africa, as well as EU-China international cooperation on integrated pest management in agriculture. both are research and innovation action. This is the general overview of the second destination. As you can see, the majority of topics in the 2 years are research and innovation actions. So we can start with the low technology readiness level. And eventually in the next work program covering the next years, 23-24, we will find more innovation action. The activities will be further carried out with innovation actions. This is the last destination that I will cover today, and then I will leave the floor to my other colleague. The destination 3 is about circular economy and bioeconomy sector. This is of course in part inspired by the circular economy action plan that I mentioned earlier this morning, and it's devoted to, with all its topics, to enable a climate neutral circular economy transition, covering safe integrated circular solutions at territorial and sectoral levels, for important value chains such as textiles, electronics, plastics, and construction sectors, as well as key bioeconomy sectors such as sustainable bio-based systems, sustainable forestry, small-scale rural bio-based solutions, and aquatic value chains. Proposals for topics under this destination should set out a credible pathway to developing circular economy and bioeconomy sectors, achieving sustainable and circular management and use of natural resources, by also preventing and removing pollution. The blue bioeconomy and biotechnology value chains are to be taken into consideration. First of all, the first batch of these topics under the third destination of Cluster 6, they are devoted to enabling a circular economy transition, and they are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of them. The majority of which is an innovation action. And as you can see, for example, the coordination and the second coordination and support action, Circular Cities and Regions Initiative Project Development Assistance, will go and expectedly fund 6 proposals. This is definitely a lot, as it is a lot. The 0103 covering founding expectedly 3 proposals, and the following topic funding 3 proposals as well. This is more or less what I have already said. We can find references to the innovative solution to over-packaging and single-use plastics and related microplastic pollution. We can find the references to the textile sectors, plastics and electronics value chain, the reference to the biomass feedstocks for industrial application, so on and so forth, without forgetting the macrobiomes for bio-based innovation and environmental applications. The second section under destination 3 is about innovating sustainable bio-based systems and the bioeconomy. Here we can find 4 topics. The first one is about non-plant biomass feedstocks for industrial application. The following one is about biomass solutions for sustainable and zero indirect land use change production systems for high value applications. Then we have macrobiomes for bio-based innovation and environmental applications. And at last, mainstreaming inclusive small-scale bio-based solution in European rural areas. Finally, under this destination, we find one topic which is about unlocking the potential of algae for a thriving European blue economy. And this is all from my side. I have 10 minutes left, which I can eventually devote to questions. Alexander, if you allow, I will go and check the chat whether there are questions.
Yes, you are encouraged to ask questions because, as you see, the structure of current work programs are that you have limited number of calls, but a lot of specific topics defined under each call. So it's quite difficult to find a relevant topic for your specialization and your expertise. So maybe could you provide maybe some guidance how to find the topic which is relevant, how to get through this information? Miriam,
well,
do you have any any suggestions how to?
The idea is that you first of all clarify internally
Where to start? Yeah, where to start?
Exactly. If you have a project idea that you need to develop because you are working on a certain innovative solution, a technological solution, and once you clarify your idea, you can write down certain keywords if these may help you. And you can search for, with these keywords, the work program for class 6. You can seek the help of your national contact point by sending email or in brief abstract of your project idea. And for sure, the national contact point may address you toward a number of topics. They may look suitable for that idea. But in my perspective, as you are, as proposers, you are the knowledgeable, the real technical, knowledgeable subject. You should go through the work program, maybe with the help of this slide and the slides and the following slides that my colleague will present, and see whether certain topics ring your bell. If they ring the bell, you download the work program, which again is not available yet on the official portal of the European Commission, but it will soon be, and go and read through the topic that you like by the title. Once you go into the single, the real single words of the topic, you check with your colleagues whether you have the expertise to cover a certain part of the topic, and you start building your consortium, your partnership, by adding to the expertise that you have in order to cover all the requests of the topic. But I may say that the very first step is to clarify in your head what you want to do, what kind of solutions you want to develop according to what you already have inside your company or your organization, what kind of research you want to do, the technology readiness level that you want to achieve, and then you go and try to find a suitable call for proposals among those available in Horizon Europe. Not the other way around, because the other way around means that you are trying to make an idea fit into something that was born for different reasons. And this is the recipe for failure, in my perspective. But anyway, as you can see, the opportunities are so many. The topics cover so many issues that is very, very likely that you will find your place in Horizon Europe, I believe.
Thank you, Miriam. I think also that when you look at the work program, you see that there is very limited number of projects under each topic which are going to be funded. Usually it's 1-2 projects.
Mm-hmm.
There are cases where there are more than 3 projects which are going to be funded. So I think it is very important to create good partnerships with strong European partners and with multi-sectoral expertise. So I think this is the main point for success. Of course, besides meeting the requirements of the Commission, expectations of the Commissions and expected impacts, the second point is to find good partners and to be
Absolutely.
yes, among this 1 or 2 consortia which are going to be funded.
Absolutely, yes. The consortia are crucial for the success of a proposal. This is absolutely true. And the right way to build a consortium, in my perspective, is to start with your connections, the international connections that you already have, because you know that you can rely on certain subjects, on certain organizations, and then from there to build furtherly by using the online tools, by using the recommendation of your national contact point, by just looking online and check, the expertises that you need, by attending the events. By the way, there will be a brokerage event for Cluster 6 for Cluster 6 work program on the 9th of July. It will be in conjunction with the European Commission Info Day on Cluster 6. If you allow, I can share with you.
Share on chat.
The link.
Yes.
Just give me
please.
a second.
This
is certainly something that you want to attend, an event that you want to attend in order to build a consortia or to propose yourself in a consortium, for a consortium.
After lunch, Grigoris will have will provide more information about strategies for building consortia. If we have Grigoris with us, would you like to comment, Grigoris, on this subject? How to find the right topic? How to create general comments? Because into details you will go in your presentation, I think.
Exactly. Thank you very much, Alexander. In fact, I will try while describing the topics, because in the rest of the agenda, we have destination 5 and destination 7. We have the climate and we have the governance. I will try while presenting the topics to also explain how we can look for relevant partners and so on. But the idea here is that when we're looking for to participate in consortia as partners, a good starting point would be what we call the usual suspects. We need to make an analysis of the previous topics. We need to look who were the people who were coordinating or having roles as work package leaders. And this is a safe assumption to believe that these people are going to submit something either by coordinating or by being active partners. So this is a way to approach people and entries there. Also, other projects we might have, like bilateral collaborations, or projects in other domains, other co-funded projects like Erasmus or like cross-border cases. These are also interesting possibilities for us to step into the game and start building a consortium from this direction. But as you said, I will give more details about the full strategy and the different types of strategies that exist based on the experience and the years of being in the game of any participant in the last session.
So the key point is to build on existing partnerships. If you have good partners, to build on that partnerships. And of course, second thing is to look for the key players in specific topics and to try to get in touch with them and include them into your network of cooperation.
Exactly, very well said.
There are some questions. Wow, it's a good question. Can we find project samples, including all important terminologies? Miriam or Grigoris, could you answer?
Well, I don't know whether Grigoris, but it's very difficult to find some project samples online, because of course everybody is keeping their project secrets. But anyway, the terminology is quite easy to get familiar to once you go and read all the documents that the strategies, the work program itself, it will help you familiarize with a certain vocabulary. And also you can eventually address your national contact point if something is not clear, because indeed he or she is quite knowledgeable about the framework program, the current one and the previous one, and can give you a hand. But first of all, I would recommend to go and browse through the Founding and Tender Opportunity portal, download the work program and have a look at it, and you will certainly find the explanation for a lot of terminology.
I think it's important also to read these policy documents you mentioned, because the explanation of some terms are in policy documents, and then they are reflected in work programs. So sometimes reading work program is very difficult to understand all terms, what is behind specific terms. And what is behind these terms can be found in policy documents.
Yes.
Some action plans you mentioned, the specific actions are explained, and then you can find explanation of some terms. Grigoris, would you comment on that?
Yes, it's true.
There is a common request to get some samples of projects, but you are experienced in that, so you can comment.
Yes, the thing is that every proposal and every successful proposal is the intellectual property of the participants who wrote it, the coordinator and the other partners. So we cannot really expect that anybody would give their proposal for free just because there is no reason for that to happen. Now, with respect to terminology, one very good route to become familiar with the content of the projects and how projects are implemented are the public deliverables. Because Very often you can find in the project websites public deliverables who reveal a lot about the project itself, reveal a lot about its planning, reveal a lot about its structure, reveal a lot about even the technical and scientific parts of the project. So one way to look at what is into projects is to look at the public deliverables of funded projects. And these are things that are indeed you can find in the internet.
Yeah,
Yes,
there is,
it is brilliant.
okay.
Yes.
There is another question, which is also very interesting one. Could you give the detailed information about the terms systemic approach and multi-actor approach?
Can I jump into that? Because
yeah, of course. Yeah, multi-actor is your. I remember your presentation on that.
So, multi-actor approach is something that is related to the. It was established in DG Agri, and it relates to most of the projects since Horizon 2020. In the Green Deal, we also got the introduction of system approach. Those two are related, but they don't mean exactly the same. So the multi-actor approach has to do with the composition of the consortium and the engagement of partners into different stages of the research and innovation development. Let me give you an example. In FP6, if you remember, Alexander, we had the issue that we had 10 universities working to develop a solution, and at the end of the project, one farmer applying the solution. This is
one company, yeah.
Or one company applying the solution. This is obviously something that doesn't work, particularly in the farming sector, where the function is not only economic, but it's also social. So what they are asking through the multi-actor approach is to establish a consortium where you have representatives of the entire value chain, and those representatives are interacting with the project continuously, meaning in the design of the requirements, you bring the farmers on board and you co-design with them. In the development, you have farmers on board to give you feedback. I'm using the example of farmers because it's a food call, mostly in cluster 6. In the development of the project, you have farmers participating and monitoring the development and let you know the little details that matter to them. So goes for the testing. Or you also have agricultural consultants and so on and so forth. Now, the system approach takes this into a further level. We need to understand that solving problems in the agri-food sector is much more complicated than just involving farming actors. There are lots of trade-offs which have social and environmental implications. Therefore, the systemic approach is an approach that takes into account the environmental impact, the social impact in terms of fair trade or in terms of fair employment situation for the citizens, the consumer's perspective, which are the ultimate getting involved into that. And the system approach becomes even more important in the cluster 6 topics, because as we see, and we will see later on as well, these are all totally interconnected. It's not easy. You cannot solve a problem by optimizing one parameter and ignoring the others. That's why we're talking about systemic approaches and analysis of the trade-offs on various decisions. It's great, for example, to have cheap food for everyone. But if this cheap food doesn't take into account the externalities to the environment and which in turn cause problems to public health, is it really that the food is cheap? This is topics that we have to answer through the systems approach.
Thank you, Grigoris, and also thank you for this question, which is very, very relevant for Horizon Europe. There are another one, quite difficult. Key indicators are used to show the effect of impacts, and so can you give an example for key indicator? I think there are some in documents, some examples. Miriam or Grigoris, would you like to?
Indeed, there was a publication in Horizon 2020 listing the key performance indicators per, let's say, part of the program. There isn't one for Horizon Europe yet, but I believe that proposers may refer for the moment to the one developed for Horizon 2020. which is called Horizon 2020 Indicators, assessing the results and impact of Horizon 2020. And I believe they stay relevant since they refer to the number of patents, for example, submitted, or to the number of publications, the percentage of stakeholders involved in a certain project, I don't know, the number of and percentage of joint public-private publication out of a certain number of publication, the number of projects with new innovative products, processes, and methods that spool from the proposal, so on and so forth. So they certainly stay relevant. I would recommend to, for the moment, download that publication, and you will have a whole list of key performance indicators you may refer to.
But when we look at the impact level, these indicators should be linked to policy objectives. So always
absolutely
should be reflected how project impact is contributing to policy objectives, and these policy objectives are in these policy documents. What are the targets the EU is going to reach in 2025 or 2050 or something, and each project should contribute to reaching this objective. Grigoris, for sure you have something to add to it.
Indeed I do, Alexander. I think that we need to think about the impacts in two dimensions. In the Horizon Europe, one novelty is that you have the expected outcomes, and those expected outcomes are very much quantifiable, and they refer to each call separately. And you have the expected impact per destination. And there in the expected impact per destination, you have the expected impact which is mid-term and the expected impact which is long-term. Therefore, when we are trying to quantify our impact, we have to think on the time scale as well. So, for example, I might be able to say increase digital skills for farmers. This is a big, in the course of the project, I can quantify the number of farmers that I will be able to offer digital skills to. I can train 1,000 farmers. I cannot train everybody. We understand that. But I can say that an impact in the mid and the long term is increased digital skills in workforce, increased productivity by X%, or increased a number of farmers adopting digital technologies because now they have those skills, and so on and so forth. So it's very important when we're using indicators for the impact to distinguish between outcomes, expected impacts, and wider impacts reached, and then to look at those in the dimension of time. When are we expected to do that? Normally, the outcome is something that I have to achieve in the duration of the project. The impact is something that I'm estimating that I will achieve thanks to my outcomes in a few years after the end of the project.
Yeah. Thank you very much. It's a very good explanation. Okay, we have one more. Last question is about upscale. How can we decide on size of scale? For example, if I want to produce bread, how can I decide that whether 1 kilogram or 2 kilograms is a small scale? Well,
the answer here is by the standards of your industry. Normally, and the majority, as we noticed, the majority of calls here in this year, they are RIAs. This means that we have to reach up to a technology readiness level which is demonstrating a prototype. This means that, going back to the bread example, if you have 50 different types of customers that you want to try your product with in different markets, then 50 kilos is a small scale. it means that if you are preparing something to be tested for the sake of testing, the small scale is the one who provides you enough quantity or enough volume for whatever pilot you might be building in order to be able to test your results. It's not easy to tell you 1 kilo or 50 kilos, but it's easy. But I think it's easy to understand by our industry standards, because this will be different every time, how much product or how much volume of the demonstrating activities I need to reach my potential end users and to move my research further and increase my technology readiness levels.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, thank you all for answering these questions, and also thank you for asking these questions, because they are very relevant questions. I think they are very good questions, and we had a chance to elaborate on that very important issues. If we have some more questions, or I don't see any other questions. Yeah. Okay. So please ask questions anytime, even during the lunch break. We will try to answer them after lunch. We will reconvene at 1 p.m. Yes. And we will give a chance to Grigoris to continue presentations about destinations and about proposal writing as well, consortia building. So I think we can thank Miriam for presentation and thank all of you for participation in the first session of our training, and we will reconvene at 1 p.m. sharply. So thank you very much. Afiyet olsun, and see you at 1 p.m.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. It's 1 p.m. I think that we are ready to continue after lunch break. We have now Grigoris, who will go into some details about destination 5 and 7, and then will provide some guidance about proposal writing and consortia building. So this session is in your hands, Grigoris. So I think we can start.
Thank you very much, Alexander. Can you see my screen?
Yes, but not full screen.
Not full screen. Now, I hope you will see.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much. I don't think, but you cannot see my face, right?
We see your face.
Oh, you see me. I don't see me. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm not missing much. Great. So, welcome everyone. This part now is about continuing in a way the previous session, but from a little bit different angle, from a little bit different perspective. What I mean by that, today we at this part we're going to look at destinations 5 and 7, and we are going to look at them in the following way. We will have first an introduction of the policy impact and what is expected by its destination, and explaining a little bit the interdependencies and the complicacies. And then what I will do is for both destinations, I will not go in all the topics, but I picked up indicatively 5 topics of each destination to show you a little bit the way that I normally read the topics when I'm trying to decide whether to apply, whether to act as a coordinator, whether to act as a partner, and what are the critical aspects of each proposal based on the call. So let us start based on that with destination 5, which is about land, ocean, and water for climate action. So when we want to assess the impact of climate change, we want to look at the land and the marine environment, the natural resources, the agriculture and the food systems, and of course, identifying mitigation options and adaptation pathways. This means that through the research and innovation and the investments we want to do in this particular destination, we want to better understand what is exposed and what is sensitive to climate change, what is the vulnerability, what are the associated costs and adaptive capacity, and of course, what are the mitigation options that can reduce the risk of long-term climate change. So what is crucial in this destination is Earth's natural carbon sinks like soils, plants, forests, farmlands, wetlands, oceans, etc. It's also the Green Deal, what we call the Green Deal of the so-called do no harm principle, where we need to carefully examine the trade-offs. Remember that all these decisions, since we're talking about interrelated systems, and since we want to apply a systemic approach, we need always to consider the trade-offs, but also the synergy among the sustainability goals. Because here we have to take into account health protection, food and nutrition security, ecosystem services, biodiversity preservation, and so on. So here, what we would like to do is to, Destination 5 aims to promote research that can help achieving climate objectives of Europe. And these climate objectives of Europe can be divided in, for example, some critical sectors. Agriculture, that is supposed to help reduce and mitigate the greenhouse gas emissions. Forestry has similar functions. These are also expected to strengthen our capacity to adapt to the climate change and to create resilient systems. Freshwater resources are under the same aspect. Because we have to take into account both the availability but also the vulnerability to future changes and to enhance our capacity to adapt to future changes. Of course, there is a very strong interrelation between ocean and climate in what we call the ocean and climate nexus. Again, the resilience and the integrity of these ecosystems are on the focus of Destination 5. And what is here is there is a strong priority towards large-scale deployment and uptake of solutions. We need to take into account the advancements in environmental observations that have emerged thanks to the satellite infrastructure built by Europe, GEOS, and this is a universal aspect that we will see also that is related to Destination 7, and how those can be utilized in terms of understanding, mitigating, and adapting to climate change. So the two things that the European Green Deal strategy wants to do is to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and to enhance carbon sinks, particularly in primary production and natural systems, in order to achieve sustainable management and efficient use of natural resources. So practically what we need to do is to find a balance between four different aspects, and we need to find this balance in the long-term perspective. One is productivity, enough food to feed a growing population. The other one is climate, to adapt, to mitigate and adapt to climate change. The third is biodiversity, and the fourth one is environmental goals for the agricultural and forestry sectors. So practically, all these four need to be addressed in the source of the right balance, assessing the trade-offs, and understanding how it goes in a long-term perspective. Destination 5 has research activities that focus on some particular aspects. One important aspect is the environmental footprint of land use and change for agricultural activities. And there we need to address new technologies and new business models that can unlock the full potential of these changes in mitigating climate change. Also, what is important is to look at the delivery of the so-called ecosystem services, the services provided by land and forests. This includes also provision of goods, but goods not only as commodities, but also as long-term carbon sinks. And then we should, of course, not neglect ocean, because ocean-based solutions and mitigation options are also going to be in the focus of Destination 5. So, technically speaking, what we want to do is to foster adaptation and to build resilience in the agri-food, forestry, and coastal areas. This means, for example, in the primary production, we need to think of new crop varieties, or we need to think of improved crop varieties, not only from the perspective of productivity, but also from the perspective of adaptation to climate change. Same goes with the animal. We need to think, and we will see some examples of particular calls in the next slides. We need to think of particular animal breeds that have lower environmental impact, that have lower impact on climate change. So, and also, of course, those research and innovation efforts are critical in avoiding, reducing, and reversing phenomena like desertification, which are extremely important, particularly in the area of around Mediterranean Sea. Then, very important are the water adaptation strategies as well. Here we are talking about water allocation schemes that can be developed and include businesses, farmers, rural communities, and various other actors. But also we need to think of the trade-offs again to ensure the environmental sustainability and keep the objectives of soil fertility, increasing carbon storage, benefiting agricultural productivity and food security, and so on. What is important to understand here is the behavioral factors, how institution and behavior make ecosystems, water ecosystems, more vulnerable or offer opportunities for adaptation, for better adaptation. Looking at the expected impacts, as we said before in the Q&A session, one main novelty in the Horizon Europe is that the expected impact is no longer per call, but per destination. So you have expected outcome in each and every call, and then you have expected income in each destination. Here in the expected impact of destination, there are some concrete bullet points. One is about understanding then enhancing the mitigation potential. So first is about mitigating. Second is about adaptation and resilience. How can we adapt and how can we survive climate change? Third is about monitoring, assessment, and creating the know-how for projections related to climate change impacts and being able to make science-based decisions when it comes to tackling emerging threats. Of course, we need to think how the primary sector will mitigate the climate change, because these are, we have to fight with multiple enemies, let's say, at the same time. On one hand is to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions, to maintain the natural carbon sinks and so on, but at the same time to make sure that we maintain and increase productivity as well. How can we improve the adaptive capacity of water and soil systems and sectors? And how can we manage scarce resources related to soils and water? How can we avoid risks like desertification that we mentioned before in erosion that are really limiting the Earth's infrastructure, the Earth's productive capacity to offer us food for the next generation? And all of this can need to be assessed in compliance with the do no significant harm principle. I strongly encourage you to look at it, to Google it, and to see what the do no significant harm principle is about. There is a concrete EU taxonomy regulation where you can see the 6 environmental objectives of the principle that you will certainly need to take into account, because the new template for Horizon Europe has a particular field that requests exactly to explain the compliance of your project with the do no significant harm principle. Now, many of you are looking at the calls and possibly they are wondering what is the difference between the climate calls in cluster 6 and the climate calls in cluster 5, which is also has some relation. Of course, our suggestion is that scientists who are into the climate change one way or another, or the climate action related to adaptation and mitigation, they should look at both clusters, and possibly most likely there will be opportunities for you in the both clusters. But the difference is that in cluster 6, we are looking on the implementation of mitigation and adaptation solutions for climate change, while in cluster 5, we're concentrating on climate science and modeling. If I want to boil it down into two simple phrases, I would say that in cluster 5, we learn how to understand climate change, and in cluster 6, we learn how to survive climate change. And of course, this topic of climate change applies to some impact areas of Horizon Europe according to the strategic plan, which is about mitigation and adaptation, which is about better ecosystems and biodiversity, clean and healthy air, water and soil, sustainable food systems, resilient EU prepared for the emerging threats, secure and open EU society, and inclusive growth and new jobs opportunities. Based on this analysis, let us now try to go and see indicatively, like a sampling, consider this as a sampling technique. Let's see indicatively a few of the possibilities of the calls. So, for example, in Climate 1.1, all of the calls that we are going to discuss are for 2021. Not that the calls of 2022 are not important, but we think that these ones are more urgent and it's good to trigger you with opportunities. For example, in this one, improving understanding, observation, and monitoring of water resources availability. This is a RIA. Please remember the previous presentation, what we were discussing about. So this is a research and innovation action. The project results here should contribute to the enhancement of knowledge base with respect to climate change impacts in water resources. What is very important is that you need to bring together a multidisciplinary and multi-institutional team, because you need to combine data collection, data analytics methods, artificial intelligence, models for scientific understanding, policy making activities. So you understand that you need really to bring lots of different players in the table. And you need to have, apart from bringing academia and research institutes, it's very important that you bring also utilities, regulators, and so on. So the budget is 10 million euros, the total budget. The funded projects are going to be either 2 or 3, maximum 3, because the EU contribution per project varies from 3 to 5 million euros. And the requested TRL with respect to the project, since it is a research and innovation action, is specified as 5. So what do we see from here? What are the important information that I need to know? First of all, if it is a RIA or an innovation action or something else, because this will define more or less my strategy and everything. What type of consortium do I need to build? What am I aiming to do? I'm aiming to enhance the knowledge base. And what is also requested when it comes to consortia. So apart from research and academics, we need also to bring utilities and regulators. These are the topics that I'm looking at together with how much money is available. So what are my chances, my statistical chances, and also what TRL levels am I aiming to? And in this case, we're aiming at TRL level 5. Then let's go on a very interesting one. This is about the co-fund. This is something that is it's a different type of project. This aims mostly to national funding agencies, because here is the calls are asked to prepare joint calls from transnational projects. Practically, it's going to be a long-term project for the entire programming period. Copernicus and Galileo data are strongly encouraged. In this programming period, 20 million is available, but in total, the projects might be up to 126 million because we are covering the entire programming period. And of course, one project will be funded. So this is not a project for direct beneficiaries. This is a project for national funding agencies that will pool the necessary financial resources together, and they will issue joint calls for transnational projects for third parties, to give grants to third parties. So it's something that possibly your ministry or some competent authority of Turkey would like possibly to participate, or some other countries, and then there will be open calls coming out of this partnership. So this is something to follow if you are into the water activities, because it's a partnership. It's one of the partnerships that are extremely well described and well promoted now in the Horizon Europe calls. Then let's go in another interesting proposal, 23 million euros, and that sounds really big, but keep in mind that this is for a 7-year duration project. This is about a demonstration network on climate smart farming. This is something which is expected to link pilot farms, to foster the knowledge exchange, and to provide a European-wide farm demonstration network with respect to farms which are working on climate change. It also explains that it should be collaborating with the project that will appear in the next year, which is about boosting the role of advisory services on the same topic. And of course, that the topics that will be published in the next years related to climate smart farming and demonstration. Then we go into another one project, 7 million euros, Copernicus and Galileo are going to be requested here. Here we are talking about a topic which is related to agroecology, to agroecological approaches for climate change and mitigation. Research and innovation action. This aims to contribute, of course, in the European Green Deal and also international objectives related to climate change and mitigation. It wants to cover a wide range of crops and farming systems presented in EU and associated countries. The associated countries is very important. Whenever you see that term in every call, please keep in mind that this is an extra opportunity for you, because the consortia here, they would like to have geographical diversity. They would like to reach all the different areas in Europe and associated countries, and this creates an additional advantage to promote yourself in potential consortia. Multi-actor approach, ensure adequate involvement of the farming sector. Remember what we mentioned before. And of course, to build on results of previous projects, and also to collaborate with upcoming projects that are coming in the 22, but also in the 21. Last but not least, this topic requires an effective contribution of social sciences and humanities. This means that it's not only about agroecology, it's not only about, I would say, natural sciences, it's also very much about social sciences, how this affects the relationships in market among people in the rural areas, and so on. The relationship also with the consumers. Another one which is quite interesting here to look at is one related to resilient livestock farming, which is, as you know, livestock farming is under pressure from climate change. This is again an area, one big project of 12 million euros is going to be funded. Here we are looking for new traits, phenotypes, and also the potential of breeding to create the breeds that can reduce the greenhouse gas emissions and help us to adapt to climate change. How can we have animals that are less harmful, the animal factor, the livestock sector, how can it become less harmful to the environment? And of course, to develop tools for assessment of practices and proposed innovations so that we are able to make informed decisions. And it asks to address at least 2 species, cattle and pigs, and of course they might also address other relevant species like ruminants, goats, sheep, rabbits, chicken, whatever. Proposals here again need to implement the multi-actor approach, meaning that they have to include farmers, livestock breeders, advisors, possibly meat producers or players in the value chain, other relevant actors, policymakers, public sector organizations, and so on. This was about Destination 5. Let us now try to look from the same perspective of Destination 7. And Destination 7 is about innovative governance, environmental observation, and digital solutions for supporting the Green Deal. Here, what we start, what is the starting point? Green Deal needs transformative changes. These transformative changes are dynamic processes, and as dynamic processes, they require appropriate governance that is fair, inclusive, representative, and effective. So, how can we collaborate all together? We need lots of information, we need lots of data coming from different sources in order to be able to make informed decisions and establish a governance system that is transparent and effective. So we are looking for research and innovation in order to find out new ways of governing the transition process to the Green Deal, let's say, targets, objectives. How can we make the information and the knowledgeable available and accessible to as many actors as possible? And how can we really address institutional barriers? Because we are facing strong institutional barriers like locks into technology, like path dependency, like political and cultural inertia, power imbalances, regulatory flaws, inconsistencies or weaknesses, and so on. So we need to think, how can we address all those barriers? So also, we are living in the times of resilience. We need to recognize, cope with, and promote resilience because we have already ongoing shocks and disruptions in the agri-food value chain, but we also expect to have more in the future related to climate, ecology, economy, social aspects, geopolitical aspects. One thing is for sure, future becomes more complicated and we need to become more resilient in the changes. So risk assessment and reduction strategies need to be taken into account, and what we're aiming to achieve is self-sufficiency and autonomy of our agri-food systems, but also of our natural environment. The do no harm principle is, of course, key. Here it remains. It remains key both in environmental observation, but also in digital solutions. And we need to have a more science-based design, implementation, and monitoring of policies. It's important also not to forget the behavioral and socioeconomic aspects of the change, of the transition. This is why it is also very important to incorporate the key stakeholders into the decision-making process and to disseminate the results of the projects to them. And one very useful way to achieve that is the so-called AKIS, the Agricultural Knowledge and Information Systems, which are the community around the community of practice around innovations in agriculture that, of course, needs to be reinforced and accelerated in terms of the required changes. Very important thing here is to make maximum return of the investment into the infrastructure for environmental observation, for environmental monitoring. The Copernicus, the satellites, Galileo, all these are technologies that we need to incorporate and to help us integrate information from different sources, because we have space-based airborne drones, in situ citizens observation. So how can we make data and knowledge accessible, meaning everybody to have access, interoperable, meaning that the data and the knowledge works regardless of the platform and regardless of the technology, and deployable. How can we really use them on the field in real-time situations to solve real problems and go beyond scientific explorations directly to solving real-life problems? So here, we are expecting to link to different policies. Earth Observation Program Copernicus, this is very strong in Cluster 4, activities of ESA, the European Space Agency, and the support of all the global communities around that, which is the Group of Earth Observation, the European Initiative of GEO, which is EuroGEO, and the Global Earth Observation System of Systems, the GEOS. Then, because we are also addressing here oceans, seas, and coastal waters, we need to take into account United Nations declarations. We need to take into account initiative of the G7 about the future of seas and oceans. There is also a European initiative about Destination Earth, but also all the strategies related to global ocean observation systems and so on. Here, we need to understand Destination 7 as complementary with the activities of Cluster 4 and Digital Europe. Here, what we want to do is to understand the potential of the digital transformation. While Cluster 4, for example, is providing us with the tools for digital transformation, the technology that will push the envelope further, here what we want to do is to understand better what will happen, understand the impacts of the digital transformation. Keep in mind that impacts are not always positive. They could very much be negative, and the majority of course requires us exactly to identify the negative impacts as well, so that we can better understand and monitor them. So in this destination, we expect to develop innovative digital and database solutions, support communities, add values and knowledge and the cost effectiveness of innovative technologies, and address primary production, food systems, bioeconomy, ocean and biodiversity. So we are addressing, let's say, somehow horizontally the different sectors. Of course, we are living in the times of the Green Deal, so the key here is to improve sustainability. Also, it is very important to include co-ownership of results by the users, the so-called interactive innovation, strengthening the synergies with other EU funds. The Common Agricultural Policy is very important. The local AKIs is very important. And we need to move the AKIs beyond agriculture and farming and rural activities. We need to include citizens, we need to include consumers, we need to include environmental advocacy groups. So the idea is to achieve a systemic transformation in the distribution chains up to the end consumer. Here, the expected impacts cover innovative governance models, better deployment and exploitation of environmental observation, data and products, of course, the Global Earth Observation System of Systems, the so-called GEOS, and the digital and data technologies as key enablers. More informed and engaged stakeholders, here the mobilization of AKIs is of utmost importance, and of course, strengthening the international science policy interfaces with the SDGs, with the goals of the United Nations. The do no harm principle, do no significant harm principle applies again here. And as I told you, it applies in all Horizon Europe calls. So the long-term impacts that we need to be taken into account are quite similar with previously. It's the climate change mitigation and adaptation, clean and healthy air, water, and soil, enhancing ecosystems and biodiversity on land and in water, sustainable food systems from farm to fork on land and sea, high quality digital services overall, and of course, a competitive and secure data economy. Also, what is very much strongly recommended is social innovation, because there will be solutions or there will be problems, there will be challenges that are in the gray zone, they are in between the socio-technical interface. So they require social change, new practices, social ownership, market uptake. These are aspects that need to be taken into account. Let's look again indicatively on a few calls. One is about modeling, this is 113, is about modeling land use and land management in the context of climate change. Research and innovation action, 2 projects to be funded, Copernicus and Galileo data to be used seriously. And this is about, first of all, it needs to collaborate with other projects financed under these topics or previous Horizon 2020 modeling projects, and it mentions some. Then, of course, it needs to focus on activities on agriculture and forestry with respect to land use and land cover, of course. It needs to address various spatial scales from farm level to region to EU level. So the simulations and the projections should take this variety of spatial scales to form medium-term and long-term policy scenarios that would theoretically cover the entire EU and member states and possibly associated countries. So remember again, when associated countries are clearly mentioned, this is a clear competitive advantage for you to go and try to position your organization into consortia. And then, of course, the work on land use dynamics should address also the policy measures. So we need not only the scientific aspect here related to land use and land management and change of it, but also the policy aspect to be very strongly incorporated in the proposal concept. Then another one, research innovation. Here we have a case that possibly 4 or even more, 4 to 6 projects are going to be funded. This is about user-oriented solutions, building on environmental observation to monitor critical ecosystems and biodiversity loss. Here, Earth observation data services are very important. Of course, the proposal should tackle issues raised within the European Green Deal calls and somehow provide solutions that can stop biodiversity loss, that can protect vulnerable ecosystems, ensure ecosystem capacity to continue, and so on. Build on the outcomes of existing EU-funded projects from, and they mention Horizon 2020, for example, like eco-potential, or initiatives like Europa Born and programs like LIFE. So you see a little bit, they give you a little bit of orientation. And also to make mapping and information solutions available to the stakeholders, to European citizens, to communities, to everyone. Another important aspect, how can you make the tools available to be used by many people? Then another one, 118, this is about the food value chain. This is about bringing together expertise from different disciplines in order to study the data economy of food systems, to develop a framework that can monitor the future development of the data economy in the European food sector, to, of course, to formulate recommendations for policymakers, to set up a clear plan of how they're going to collaborate with other projects selected under this or any other relevant call, to apply multi-actor approach, to include social sciences and humanities disciplines. One project will be funded around 10 million euros. Then let's see a similar project, but now we're not addressing in the food sector, but on the agriculture directly. This is about the data economy in agriculture. Here, the point is to understand a little bit the implication of some ongoing policy-making process at EU level regarding data ownership, data use, etc. Try to address different governance systems in EU and also in different member states, but also how does this work when we are entering into international trade relations. A very important is there are currently multiple data sharing business and governance approaches, and multiple technical solutions, and we need to understand which one is taking us where. Of course, all this under the framework of climate adaptation, reducing administrative burden, and looking at the potential of agricultural data sharing in the sector and the society. Here, the budget is small, 2 to 4, 1 or 2 projects will be funded. So here, the participants have the option, according to what the call requires, either to go for a 2 million euros project, and then there might be 1 or 2 funded, or to go to 4 million. This is quite a tricky one because you have to choose and play a strategy that might be risky. This is also a research and innovation action. Another one is about assessing the impacts of digital technologies in agriculture. So here is about understanding the cost, the benefits, the potential for sustainability. Of course, here we need to develop the capacities for the people to be able to, for the stakeholders to be able to assess and to demonstrate the effects of digital technologies, but also to create a framework that will allow the further deployment of digital data and technologies into the farming sector. Multi-actor approach is requested, so you lead at least scientists and representatives of the agricultural sector, but I would also add technology providers, policymakers, agricultural advisors, and so on. And also the projects are expected to make a contribution to the Green Deal ambitions, to the Common Agricultural Policy, to the white papers of artificial intelligence and sustainable finance, and so on. Here we're having 2 projects to be funded, 7.5 million each, total 15 million euros budget. Again, a Research and Innovation Act. I think this concludes my intro. Do we have any questions on the topics, or should we go to more practical levels? What is, Alexander? I give the floor back to you to coordinate the flow.
I don't see new questions. It would be good to have some and to answer, but no questions. Yes.
Okay. In that case, should I move, if we don't have any questions, should I move?
We'll continue, yes, I think.
We will continue, perfect.
To more practical aspects.
Okay. Let me share my screen for the upcoming presentation. Can you see my presentation?
Yes.
Perfect, thank you very much. So, what is the topic of this part now? We saw a little bit first how Cluster 6 works, what are the main elements, what are the main requirements. We moved from the entire cluster down to destinations, and then from destinations we moved down to concrete topics. We try to understand a little bit how we're making the decision of which is the right call for us, if we should go as a coordinator, if we should go as a partner, etc. Now in this session, we have 2 aspects to address. The first one that I'm going to talk about now is about how do we write a proposal. It's about proposal writing. It's about how do we approach proposal writing as a project, how do we organize our time, how do we split our resources, how do we make sure that we will do the best possible performance when writing a proposal. But we know and we understand that proposal writing, success in projects is not only about writing good proposals. It's also about positioning our organization properly into consortia. So the second part, after we cover that, will address exactly this issue. How can we address in a better way, including our organizations into consortia? Let me start with proposal writing as a project, how to organize time and resources. So here, what we want to do is we want an introduction to the lean approach to proposal writing. The lean approach to proposal writing is it's in a way inspired by the lean startup process developed by Eric Ries. This is about understanding that a successful endeavor, no matter what it is, it's not done in one straight road. There are many iterations, there are many pushbacks, there are many different critical control points that we need to take into account. Most of the times, a successful result comes from iterations. And this is how it looks like when we are applying the lean approach in proposal writing. This means that we have a concept which we call the minimum viable content. This is some very basic content for our proposal. So what we do is we start by an idea, then we develop a minimum viable content, then we get some comments, and we are doing this feedback loop a few times, including our team members and sometimes others which are externals, in order to finalize the proposal. So we're starting small, we're starting from a basic idea, we develop it together, we develop the consortium, we write more, then we reach into the point that we can negotiate the budget, and so on and so forth. So this is the process we are going to discuss about today. In this process, we have defined 11+1 steps for management of proposal writing. Checking our idea against the call, developing some minimum viable content, securing some internal support, preparing a proposal writing team, building a consortium, collecting material, collecting feedback, allocating the work, start writing in iterations, planning and negotiating the budget, finalizing and submitting, and last one surprise step that we will discuss when we reach to that. So the first step, how do we check our idea against the call? First of all, what is important is the relevance. Is what we're trying to do exactly what the call asks? Did we check every word in the work program and we understand and we see what needed to be done there? Did we check the frequently asked questions? Is there something that we don't understand? Generally speaking, if we don't understand things in the call, that might be problematic. Then, with respect to available budget, how many projects are they going to be funded? And what is the expected project budget? This is also important to understand about the competition. Which are the previous relevant projects? What is the position of the key players? Do we have some of these key players into our consortium? My suggestion would be don't even start preparing proposals without satisfactory answers to the above questions. It will be a waste of your time, it will be a waste of resources. Then we move to the minimum viable content strategy. This is a strategy that we use in order to achieve fast and simultaneously testing of the proposal idea. It's of course an iterative process aiming to generate the idea, to present it to some key people in the closed core group, to get the feedback, to analyze it and learn more. So here we have two types of minimum viable content. One is the pitch presentation and the other one is a concept note. I will give you examples of both. The pitch presentation, it's much easier than writing. It's easier than writing when we don't have everything clear yet, because we can just present the idea visually and put the main topics. It also helps because of the visual content. It helps us to describe the idea to the others. And it becomes extremely helpful when we have multidisciplinary projects, where we have people from various backgrounds that we have to initiate the discussion. My experience would suggest that this model of minimum viable content works better in live meetings or teleconferences. And then you have the concept note. The benefits of the concept note is that it's better for receiving concrete feedback because it's a narrative, everything is put down into words, everything is visible. It's also more appealing to official settings. For example, if you want to include a very high-level partner or someone from a ministry or from a public sector that wants to see exact concrete things about your proposal before making the decision, this works quite well. It also works quite well when you are working with partners for the first time and you want to demonstrate the level of maturity. So this is, for example, how a pitch presentation would look like. You see here, it's about a real project, who are the main players, what is the project strategy, what is the work plan, and so on. This is how a PowerPoint presentation of the project concept looks like. And this is how you can see a minimum viable content of a concept note, where you are explaining which is the call, which is the background, which are the objectives, how the acronym is formed, etc. This is a little bit more to the point with this respect. Then, step 3, very important, get internal support. Is this proposal relevant to the research and innovation agenda of our organization? Do we have an approval of our bosses, of our hierarchy? And do we need a special procedure for that? For example, in some universities or in some public sector organizations, there is a certain decision-making process which is official. Have we followed that? Do we have the approval? Will we have support from other colleagues and other supporting structures? Because this is very important, particularly since Horizon Europe proposals cannot be one person solved. They require this type of support. Then, it is very important to make sure on time that we have support internally before starting and preparing the proposal and contacting partners and doing whatever. I have a very bitter recent experience. There was one team from Copenhagen, I will not mention the organization, that they engaged us into a proposal. We started preparing work and material for them, and then after lots of efforts, they decided that they don't have approval from the director. You can imagine the disappointment, and you can imagine the effect that this would have to their reputation when these things happen. So before you do anything, in order to save time and resources and in order to protect your credibility in the network, make sure that you have a go decision from your hierarchy. Make sure that you have some support from your colleagues in order to prepare the proposal. Make sure that internal support is there. Next step, we need to set up a great preparation team for the proposal writing. In the ideal team of my dreams, we need someone that has an excellent technical understanding, someone who is fluent and accurate in English, to have someone who can think through details and spot problems, but also someone with great imagination and ability to see opportunities. But also, very possibly most important, we need someone who can lead all the above, who can bring them together, who can manage them in dealing with deadlines in an effective way, who will be able to monitor the progress, to address conflicts in the agendas in a way that is fair and effective, and find a way to lead the process into successful results. So this is the skills, and this is the things that you need to create the effective proposal preparation team. Again, I will possibly repeat it in every slide. That would be the mantra. There is no possibility that you can write a proposal alone. It's not a one-person show. You need engagement and from as many people as possible. Normally, what you do is you break down the work. The Horizon Europe logic helps to that because you have the work packages, so you can include the work package leaders, and you can have a main proposal writer, a coordinator, and you need to engage the people. How can you engage? You can assign them roles and provide leadership to work package leaders and ownership of this part. Engage the organizations that are needed. Engage as many organizations and people as possible. Don't stick only to your organization. And of course, it's better to have a balance in the proposal writing with internal and external teams. Then, next topic is consortium building. How do we build an effective consortium? First of all, it's always good to capitalize upon previous collaborations and trust that we have built with people. But one thing that we very often see happening, particularly in this part of Europe, in the southeastern part of Europe, is people have the tendency to invite all their friends. This is not always good solution. You cannot just invite people in a consortium just because you know them. You have to have a clear mind that they fit and they add value to the project. One question I normally ask myself for every partner is that, would the proposal be equally successful without this partner on board? If the answer is yes, most of the times you don't need to invite them. Then, what about the big and successful stakeholders, the big names, also known as big sharks? Of course, it's necessary to include key players in these big names, but keep in mind that sometimes these big players, they have the tendency to be not always constructive in consortia. Sometimes they don't want to contribute as much as possible, or they want to get a very big share of the budget, or they want to impose their own agenda over the agenda of the project. So this is something, all the things that you need to be able to take into account and manage them properly. And then, are you covering the entire value chain? Are you covering a good geographical coverage of Europe? This is also very important that you need to take into account. But another trick, don't involve partners just because they come from high-profile countries. Okay, of course, there are countries like Germany, like France, that have excellent and very strong research and innovation ecosystems. But you shouldn't be thinking like, I need a German partner. No, that's not the right way to think. The right way to think is, I need a partner with this and this and this expertise, with this and this and this reference. And if this partner can be German, that might be a good thing, because we are achieving some geographical coverage. But don't involve partners just because they come from high-profile countries. Keep in mind that consortium building is the choice of the people that you are going to work with for the next 2 to 4 years. Carrying a dead horse is a very painful experience. So this is something that you would certainly like to avoid. You need to select the people with whom you would be enjoying working in the next 2 to 4 years. You need people with whom you would be enjoying building things together, collaborating, even disagreeing in times, but all in a matter of good faith and good collaboration spirit. Then, once you have achieved that, we move to the material collection. Writing a proposal for Horizon Europe is a process that requires lots of background knowledge. You need to create a database for this material and make it available to everybody in the proposal writing team. What this material could be? Official templates, of course you need those. Previous relevant proposals, if you can find any. Scientific papers relevant to the topic. Market studies, EU legislation, policy documents to the policies we referred previously. It's a good practice to have a proposal team library or knowledge base where you collect all this material. Some tips about that. Make sure that what you collect is relevant and useful. It's a very big temptation to start putting every PDF with this keyword that we find on the internet, but that will make actually the whole knowledge base useless because nobody will be able to scroll through all those. Try to engage everybody in the team, provide access, ask for the contribution, and of course, save for the future use. Keep in mind that nowadays, with all the technologies that we have, like digital repositories, like Google Drive, like Dropbox, like everything, this sharing and this collaboration becomes really easy. So try to incorporate it in your team from day one. Try to create a collaborative culture in the proposal writing team for this or for upcoming future proposals. Then, very important in the whole lean proposal writing concept, it's feedback collection. Receive feedback. Why? To evaluate where you're standing, to integrate different parts, to improve what you are writing. From whom are you getting impact? First of all, from decision makers, feedback. You get feedback from decision makers, the people who decide, should we go or should we not go as an organization with this proposal? This feedback is very crucial to onboard partners. For the proposal writing team, of course, the people who are involved in it, it's a good practice that they, when I write a part, some of my team members checks it and vice versa. When they write, I check it. This also ensures the homogeneity. And if available, from externals. Very often, it's a service. I'm also invited from time to time to offer this service. There are proposal writing teams who write and they hire externals to review their proposal, to give them comments for improvement. This is a very, very useful thing to be doing. Then, for what purpose? For which parts of the proposal? For the concept note, for sure, the decision makers or other people to decide if they want to be in. For the versions of the proposal, to improve it and to bring it into the maximum quality. And also, what is important is the feedback of the budget. We will see later on some stuff about that. When, how often to receive impact? At least 3-4 times during the life cycle of proposal writing. It's a good idea for the impact that you receive to be synchronized. Synchronized, I mean, to be, when you have a version, to give it to everybody to provide their impact before going to the next version of the proposal. And always ask for impact earlier than needed, because always people are delayed in providing their impact. There are always more delays in the program, so try to be proactive with respect to that. How to ask impact? First of all, of course, politely, but persistently. Ask for all the team members to invest time, to focus on what is written there and to try to help to improve it. It's very good to have written communication with respect to impact and also to keep track. Let me give you some examples, some possible examples of impact. For example, this is a proposal. Me as an external reviewer of the proposal, I'm looking at some parts of the proposal and I'm trying to give impact, which I'm trying to, normally the way I try to give impact is I'm trying to find something positive, not to discourage the people who write the proposal, but then I'm explaining a little bit my criticism. So it's sometimes we give impact on the text, impact on the diagrams, impact on everything. Then feedback related to the budget. You can see here a real discussion where I have offered a partner budget, and then they are giving me a way how can they renegotiate the budget, asking for more. So this is a feedback that I receive from someone who has an interest on how the budget is provided. Then, the step 8, as we said, it's teamwork. It's not one person show. So you need to allocate the work to more than one person in more than one organization. One good strategy about that is that the one who will implement rights, meaning if I'm in charge of the exploitation and dissemination of the project, I need to write the respective parts in the proposal template. It's very important if you want to get input to inform everybody up front what is their assignment and what are the deadlines. But also it's very important to secure commitment, to make sure that these people indeed have the time and the willingness to provide you with the input you need. With respect to collaboration, it's very important to introduce the teams. It's very important for particularly if people have not worked in the past, to have a meeting all together, to introduce to each other, to understand each other's agenda, to get the big picture from a coordinator, what needs to be written. It's very good to appoint team leaders so that there will be people who are responsible for part of the work, but also to explain expectations, what needs to be done, by when, by whom, etc. In order to explain expectations, you need to set targets. Targets need to be in the balance between ambitious and achievable. They need to be ambitious, but they need to be achievable. And it's not only about time, but it's also about quality. Meaning that it's not enough to tell you, I want this work package description in 1 week, because if you write me something in 1 week that doesn't make sense, you don't help me too much. And then when we're talking about targets, there is this famous Russian proverb, ask a lot, but take what is offered. Meaning, be prepared that people will not bring you everything on time. Be prepared that the quality of the writing will not necessarily be perfect from the very beginning. Calculate enough time for changes, calculate enough time for corrections, be patient with people, explain them over and over again. It's a teamwork. These things are always required. And then when it comes to communication, teleconferences on regular basis. Some consortia like to do it weekly, some like to do it bi-weekly. One physical meeting in the times before Corona, I remember it was a great practice to organize physical meetings. So we had physical meetings before this, before starting to write the proposal with the core proposal writing team. Hopefully, I'm very optimistic that from September this will also be the case again. And of course, you can expect that the communication will have an increased intensity. You will talk and communicate more often to the team members as closer you are coming to the deadline. One simple tool that I use myself for work allocation, and I'm giving you here an example of a real case, looks like that. So here you have who is responsible for the section, to whom it is assigned as a subsection, how long are the pages, who else is contributing, what is the due date, and so on and so forth. So you can understand here that through this tool, what we do is we allocate the work and we monitor how the work is performed, who is taking it, what is the due date, what is the status, who have contributed, and so on and so forth. It's a good idea to create such simple tool in Excel. It will not take you more than half an hour to do it, but by using it, you can really monitor the progress in a very effective way. Then the step 9 is to write in iterations. Why to write in iterations? First of all, to get feedback faster and more efficient from as many people as possible. Second, iterations help you to build consensus on key aspects of the proposal. Imagine the situation that you reach 1 week before the deadline only to understand that you have a very big disagreement with respect to some technical parameter of the project. That's why you need to secure consensus through the various iterations where the key aspects are known and discussed in the very beginning already for a couple of rounds. In order to, again, iterations help you in terms of troubleshooting because you can spot inconsistencies, you can spot overlaps, conflicts, and tackle them on time. And also, iterations help with engagement. When everybody sees the progress of the entire team, when everybody sees in the work, they feel a little bit uncomfortable not to contribute themselves. So by writing in iterations and by communicating every little step of progress to the entire team, you are also motivating and engaging the other people, the other team members to participate into that. How to write in iterations? most likely in sprints. My personal way, there is not one single right way to do it, but I can tell you what is my personal way, how I prefer to write, and you can think and adjust it. Most likely, I start with the concept, the objectives, and the work package description. This is enough to help me get feedback from everyone, secure that everyone is in the same page, and this is enough material to help us integrate everything into the methodology, into the impact, and to understand what are the topics of state of the art we need to address. And then we are moving to the rest of the section. We are measuring we are talking about the measures to maximize impact. We are collecting the partners' profiles. So this is the third sprint. And last but not least, normally we deal with the management. Keep in mind that in Horizon Europe, the management part is more or less not evaluated anymore. Still, you need to assign some roles for the sake of homogeneity of the proposal. The budget, which is very, very important, but normally comes at the end. And of course, some graphs, text formatting, what I call beautification of the final proposal. So these are the iterations. Again, these are the sprints that I normally use. Doesn't mean that this is the only right way. You can think of other ways as well. Then, planning the budget. How do we plan the budget? This is the politically correct way. We identify the cost categories. Each partner is estimating their cost for each category. And we gather all the figures from each partner and we create a budget. So for every partner, what needs to be done is to explain and justify what the money will be spent on, to understand what are the major costs, to understand that these costs are in a way related to the resources that we're going to commit. These are costs which are directly linked with the project and not the needs of the organization in principle, generic ones. And then how do we plan and negotiate the budget? We are coming from a part of the world that negotiation is something that we really like to do. If you remember from this movie, there was a negotiation about the price of a wig. There are two ways to plan the budget here. One is private one-to-one negotiations, and the other one is open negotiation. Both of them have the pros and the cons. Let's look at the pros and the cons. The pros of the advantages of private one-to-one negotiations is that these are more effective, it reduces drama, and the coordinator can keep better control of the whole process. Of course, it has some disadvantages. First one is that it triggers lots of backroom politics, this, that, discussions, and etc. It raises complaints sometimes in terms of lack of transparency, etc. And in principle, it requires more work for the negotiator because if there is a proposal with 15 partners, the coordinator has to negotiate with different 15 partners. Then let's look at the open negotiation. The open negotiation has some benefits. First of all, it's more transparent. Everybody feels more engaged. Partners participate because they are working on their budget. But it can boost huge drama. Imagine a little bit before the deadline that instead of focusing on increasing the quality of the proposal and winning over your competitors, to spend this time discussing openly about the budget, who is getting what, why, this is not fair, what is not fair, etc. And also sometimes people don't have the expertise and the attitude to take things in a calm way. Meaning that it's very often that people misjudge and they believe that the budget they receive in a project reflects their scientific value or reflects their value in professional life in general, which is far from true. The budget of a project refers the job that needs to be done in a particular project. It does not go along with the scientific value of anybody. Nevertheless, again, like in many things in life, there is not only a single way of doing things. There is not only a single way of submitting a proposal. There is not only a single way of planning a budget. Here are two different types. I'm telling you both. I have a personal preference. I will not tell you because I will ask a relevant question later on. But these are the two types of budget negotiations that exist out there in the market. Then this is also about this is also about finalizing and submitting. The page limits have changed now. Likely 10 pages remain. It's 45 pages for RIA and only 30 pages for CSA calls. It's very important, and it becomes even more difficult what to write. So it's the time that you are playing the submit button, you understand that you need to write only what is essential. So some do's and don'ts. Do ask different people to check the whole text. Make sure that the formatting is according to specs. Make sure that the PDF looks like the work document. Look at all the questions in the platform up front so that you have answers, and download and check after you submit. Don't keep the proposal in different separate files. Don't use different computers' versions of software for the final proposal. Don't forget to fill in all the tables and all the sections. Don't submit the very last moment, because there is a very likely possibility that the system is down and your proposal will not be able to submit. I'm telling you, from my personal experience, painful experiences. First of all, always download and check after you submit. There might be a possibility that the PDF format file was wrecked. There might be a possibility that it was not possibly done in the perfect way, whatever. Always download and check. And never, ever, ever make important changes in the very last moment. Very likely you will make some major mistake. The idea, what I normally do is, I normally do trial submissions a couple of days before the deadline in the system. I'm testing the system, but in the same time, I'm uploading the improved versions as we move on. This is very important, but make sure that you have the correct version uploaded at the end. And last step before everything, celebrate with your team. Creating a proposal is a very difficult job, is a very demanding job. Most likely you will spend weekends, evenings, afternoons working. You will develop relationship with the people who are working together. You will be fighting the same battle for quite some time. Therefore, it's very important to celebrate the achievement of submitting the proposal with your team and sit back and wait for the results. Let's see if we have question now.
Yeah. One question is regarding budget. Well,
okay, let me start with a question related to budget from Serhat. Thank you very much for the question. So, question regarding budget. The rejection reasons for budget, the biggest problem with the budgets are two. If the budget is not adequate to deliver the tasks, but also if the budget is overestimated. Both are equally important risks. If the budget is not adequate, if the budget is not enough, the evaluators will have the impression that what you are offering is not properly assigned. Then this means that you most likely will not be able to deliver the project. And this is a very big risk factor. Second issue, if the budget is overestimated, if everybody knows that a computer, for example, costs 1,500 euros, and you are claiming for a computer 5,000, if I'm an evaluator and I see such cases and they're not properly explained why this costs 5,000 instead of 1,500, most of the time, my personal feeling is I'm considering that this guy is going to take advantage. And this is a very good reason. If you see a budget is overestimated, this is a very good reason to chop points, and then you're losing chances of success. Then the next one is, what about what are the biggest problem in budget preparation? The biggest problem is negotiation among partners. You very often have a case that it's very difficult to solve the equation because partners within the same consortium are unrealistic with respect to their expectations. And this is something, that's why normally whenever I'm coordinating a proposal, I'm already preparing a draft estimation of budget before talking to people. So when I want to approach Alexander to join my consortium, I will tell him, Alexander, this is the project, this is the concept note, this is the work package I want you to be involved, and this is the amount more or less that I have set up for you to do it. Are you in? This is a way to have less problems in the budget preparation.
I can confirm from my experience that that's the best way to proceed. As you said, just to give an estimated amount allocated for specific partner and then to negotiate details. What I would also add regarding budget, that as a matter of fact, there is no project rejection because of budget. There might be some critical remarks, as Grigoris mentioned, that the budget is overestimated or not relevant for the activities, and you are just losing half a point or 1 point in evaluation, which might be crucial in ranking your proposal.
Okay.
Can we continue now?
Let me see the other questions. There is another one which says, is there any budget rate among the consortium partners? Not really. I mean, it all depends on the level of involvement of a partner. There is no recipe that each partner can have this or that. Of course, you cannot have one single partner having more than half of the budget, and you cannot have one single partner having like peanuts, like 5,000 euros for 3 years. You have to have something realistic, but in principle, it has to be corresponding in the amount of involvement of the partners. There are no predefined recipes for that. Then
questions from Ilkan, I think.
This is from Vida. Vilda. Yes, Vilda.
Okay. So from Ilkan is how really is important the number of partners? Do you have any recommendation for an ideal number of partners? There is no ideal number of partners. But Grigoris, please.
Indeed, there is. I agree. It all depends on the available budget and of the requests regarding the topic. For example, if you see a topic which brings forward multidisciplinarity and it requires data scientists, artificial intelligence experts, agronomists, social scientists, psychologists, behavioral scientists, blah, blah, blah, and you see that it has a 10, 12 million euros budget, here you understand that there will be 25 plus partners in this consortium, possibly 30 or 35. If you see a project which has 2-3 million euros and it's very focused and it requires a few 2-3 topics, then obviously you don't need that many amount of partners. There is not a golden. I'm really sorry, but in all of these questions, there is not a single answer to these questions. It's a matter of understanding what the call asks and what percent of the budget is ideally allocated with the coordinator. Again, it's difficult to say. But generally speaking, we would expect that the coordinator would have adequate resources to run a project, which is a very tedious job per se, but also adequate resources to implement a part of the research of the project, because it's not a good practice that the coordinator simply does an administrative coordinator. It's a good idea that the coordinator is also an integral part of the project implementation team. If our project feed covers multiple call titles, how will the project partner be calculated? From Ibrahim. Okay. Ibrahim, I'm afraid that this is not a possibility in Horizon EU. Your project cannot fit various call titles. You have to choose which call title applies for you, and then all the requirements of this call title apply to you. You cannot propose a proposal that covers 2 or 3 different calls at the same time.
So it should be targeted on one specific topic proposal.
And I think that we have a very interesting question from Tukce Olgun, because this gives me a great bridge to the next session, Alexander. So, Tukce, yes, it is very challenging. Tukce, it's very difficult to break into consortia. You need to have a strategy. You need to have a strategy. How can you become a partner? How can you become a coordinator in the future, and so on. Should we go to the next topic? Is it okay if we go to the next topic and discuss it? Because this is exactly the topic of my next presentation.
But we have some more questions here. I see.
We have other questions? Let me
what is the news? Oh, no, okay. That's the right budget. Okay. Yeah, fine.
Okay.
Yeah, we answered, I think we answered all of them.
Okay, let me then stop sharing this part. And I will share my other presentation, which is about approaching consortia. Can you see it?
Yes.
Perfect, perfect. So, a shorter session this time, and we will have more time for questions and answers if needed later on. This is a short session about how do we approach consortia in Horizon 2020 and in Horizon Europe. So, the performance, let's start. What is the aim of submitting proposals? Is to have good performance, to have projects that will allow us to implement our research, to learn new things, to progress, to establish a reference, and so on and so forth. Again, I'm submitting a personal experience, and many of the things that you will see here are related to my own pathway into this business. For the past 18 years, I have been involved as a foot soldier in the proposal writing game. My personal experience shows that performance is always related to effort. There is not a single beneficiary in Horizon, in FP7, in FP6, and so on, that had a good performance without significant effort. Of course, effort alone is not enough. Effort is sometimes also magnified by the knowledge that we have about the topic, the knowledge that we have about the domain, but also by the size of our network, how well we know people, how well connected we are with the system over there. So what I will try here to present are strategies for better performance. They applied in Horizon 2020, they apply in Horizon Europe, they applied in FP7, it's more or less the similar. So we have some strategies for beginners, for the people who are now starting. And I like to categorize them like the hunter, the fisherman, and the one-person band. And then we have some advanced strategies for more experienced partners. And here we have the matchmaker and we have the multiplier. Just to understand, first of all of us started as beginners. Second, unfortunately, reality is much more complicated than the typology that I'm presenting now, like the 5 different strategies. So actors have individual strategies that are much more refined sometimes. Also, strategies are not mutually exclusive. In one domain, I might be very experienced, so I would like to play the matchmaker or the multiplier. But in another domain, for example, I'm very good in the agri-food domain, but might not be as good in the health domain. But still, I find some part which is interesting for me, like, for example, nutrition for obesity or something, some topic that are interesting for me. There I might need to enter as a beginner, and then I need to go back to square one and apply strategies for the beginners. So let's see the strategies one by one. For the less experienced, for the beginners, the hunter. The hunter is someone who is proactive and also sometimes aggressive in search for potential coordinator. Preparing mailings to previous coordinators and partners of projects, even sometimes without even knowing them, what we call cold calling. Trying to convince to include them in proposal, trying to think who are the people who would be potentially submitting proposals and try to get in contact to promote our capacities, etc. Just like hunting, the success depends a lot on shooting accuracy. So if we want to apply such a strategy, you have to do a careful analysis to see who is a good target to be hunted, to whom should you approach. And also, it requires efforts in preparation, but all in all, what I have seen and what is considered in principle from the ecosystem of proposal writers, this is what we would call a low cost, but also limited results method. Nevertheless, if you want to follow this one, the hunter strategy, you need to follow a structured and targeted approach in order to maximize results. At the end, I will give you some tips if you want to, how you would like to move. And also, you would like to avoid spamming the world, because then you look to them desperate and non-professional. If I receive an email from someone who is trying to promote their capacities to me in topics related to security, since I'm more involved in food projects, I will be very much disappointed. Then we go to the fisherman. The fisherman is someone who participates in events, who goes to workshops, tries to understand the calls, tries to network and meet potential coordinators, looks for opportunity to create personal development, personal relationships, and sees the opportunity to present the organization during events. In the physical events in the past, which are a great way to do that, but in the digital events now, hopefully soon physical. For example, it was mentioned before about the matchmaking day, etc. It depends on the persistency and, of course, on the personal skills. If you're communicative, if you know how to approach people, if you know how to create personal relationships, and so on. This requires lots of effort and lots of traveling budget when physical events are going to start. But most of the times it pays off with the time. One good advice for if you decide to follow this strategy is not to be in the events just to talk to people. Try to use the events as possibilities to increase your knowledge together with your network so that you are becoming more useful as a partner due to your knowledge. And also, don't expect impressive results from the first event that you attend. If you go to the first, second couple of events, don't expect that it will be raining offers to participate in consortia. It needs time, consistency, it needs to develop those skills in a proper way. And then we have the one-person band. The one-person band is normally someone who is beginner. I started like that. Wants so much to put a proposal together, wants so much to write a proposal, but lacks the experience in the supporting team. So this means that by definition, this person will be obliged to do everything by themselves. To build the consortium, to write the proposals, to find partners, to negotiate the budgets, to do the administrative work and everything. Okay, here obviously success depends on effort, on skills, but also sometimes very often on luck. I mean, if you are lucky in the beginning of such an effort and you win one project, then you have already established yourself and you can build the team, etc. It requires huge effort. The person who decides to do that needs to be entering really a very focused mode, really in a high performance mode. And if you want to do that, select a call that not one project will be funded. Select a call that many projects will be funded. Select an easy call that you will be able to position yourself. And of course, try to ask help from colleagues. Don't try to do everything on your own. And another advice that I give, again, speaking from personal experience, try not to burn out through this process. Now, let's try to move a little bit to more advanced strategies. Let's look at the matchmaker. The matchmaker understands the call very well, has lots of knowledge, but also has a broad network. The matchmaker can bring value by bringing partners together, securing important actors that are needed, the big names that are needed. He or she might not be the main proposal writer, but contribute still in writing and reviewing. And this is a role that we very see people from associations, from public bodies, from ecosystem facilitators. This is the role that we very often see such people play. It is very important, if you want to act as a matchmaker, to build long-lasting relationships which are based on reciprocity. But it's also very important not to try to be everywhere, not to try to be in all proposals, not to try to be in competing proposals, not to look like you are someone that hops from one team to the other without no previous commitment and without no deep roots. And last but not least is the multiplier. The multiplier has advanced writing skills, has a broad network, and carefully selects a couple of calls where he or she has a competitive advantage. Then what they do is they invite other skillful proposal writers to join as partners. And through some reciprocity mechanism, I do it for you, you do it for me, multiplies the opportunities. This requires a strong supporting team, a long-term commitment. It requires a strategic approach. But in this long term, most of the successful organizations in Horizon 2020 and Horizon Europe act exactly like that. In the long term, the strategy brings very good results, builds solid know-how in the team, and allows you to scale the team. So here, one important advice is to build a team, give them ownership of results, give them responsibilities, create a structure that can take you further. But also, don't lose focus on other activities, because EU projects should not be the only activity of an organization. Don't focus only on this. Try to diversify, try to have other sources of income, try to have other activities. Let's look a little bit now on the evolution. Here you can see in this table the function between efforts and results. For example, a hunter has relatively limited effort, but also limited results. The fisherman moves a little bit better, and the matchmaker moves quite better. But then you see the one-person band that when it comes to effort, the effort is huge, and the results are not exceptional. But now, if we look at this at at the perspective of time. Normally, you expect someone who begins with the strategy of the hunter or the fisherman to evolve more into the matchmaker. And on the other hand, you expect someone who begins as a one-person band to evolve more like a multiplier, to evolve more like someone who has mastered the process and is able to create a really strong organization. So this is for you to know how this relates to the effort and the expected results. And one strategy to avoid before I will close down with that is the free rider. Who is the free rider? The one who jumps into proposals but does not contribute anything, is not committed, does not participate in the meetings, does not provide anything. There are lots of reasons not to do that. First of all, you should not be underestimating that people in EU projects ecosystem are not stupid. They have intellectual and emotional intelligence of high levels, and they remember. The collective memory of the network is very high. So if you act as a free rider in 1, 2 proposals, most likely you will not be invited in a third one. Also, there are very often partners who appear very enthusiastic while the proposal is prepared, but then they disappear in the delivery. Don't underestimate that the projects are not lottery tickets. The projects need to be delivered once they are selected. And also, it's very important in order to build long-lasting relationships with your partnerships to appreciate that some more experienced organization that you will offer you an opportunity. To appreciate that there are people who are investing lots of work, lots of effort in preparing a proposal. And appreciate that if you get inside as a committed and contributed partner, you will gain knowledge, you will gain access to networks, you will gain opportunities for the future. Some tips and tricks now if you want to apply an easy strategy and start approaching coordinators. Study carefully the call. Search for relevant partners among successful projects, like look at 4 or 5 relevant projects and look which are the main partners. Most likely you will see the same names. Do some research. Use LinkedIn to find who are these people who are working in these organizations. Search through your network. You can also prepare an email explaining them your competencies, the relevance and previous experience, your advantages, the funding strategies relevant to the call, your potential role in the project based on key conceptual elements, the possibility to engage additional useful players, what you can bring to them, to the consortium. And also think of how you're going to convince them that you are not a free rider, that you are committed and you are going to contribute and you are going to really be there both in the proposal preparation but also in the implementation of the project. I think I have concluded my part. Let's see what questions do we have. So, okay. We have a question, if we can propose a project that is commercially viable and much broader than the call title, how should this project be prepared? I would suggest that you focus on the call content. I mean, the call title is not enough, but every project needs to be able to address not only the title, but every word counts, as we said, all the parts of the proposal. Alexander, the floor to you to...
I would like to return to a question of Tuce. What would be your advice to young researchers trying to get in touch and to attract some potential partners for what would be the... Of course, it depends, but what would be your advice?
My advice for a young researcher would be, first of all, to be persistent, to apply a coordinated set of efforts, meaning start attending all the events that are relevant for your research. Start approaching people, not necessarily with a cause to get them into the project, but to learn from them, to learn what they're doing, to learn how you can be useful, etc. Also, try to create a competitive advantage for yourself. And I will give some examples. For example, as you know, among associated countries is Tunisia. Tunisia is a country with limited exposure to European research ecosystem. Nevertheless, we have seen excellent researchers over there finding one unique, concrete competitive advantage they have. For example, in the topics of agri-food, there is a very unique positioning with respect to some products. There is a very unique positioning with respect to the lack of water resources. There are therefore ways that these things can be managed. Try to find a unique competitive advantage for yourself. Be persistent, try to approach people in any way possible, and also try to be very much contributing whenever you have the chance to be invited. For example, if people invite you into a team of proposal preparation, try to always do more than you are asked. Try to provide suggestions to the coordinator, how to improve. Try to do more than is requested for you, just to create to them the trust that things are moving forward. One thing that I need to tell you is because we all have been young researchers or young consultants or young proposal writers. If you are delivering and if people think that they can trust on you and if they see that you are delivering parts of the proposal and you are a good collaborator, age is not the problem at all. And not even country origin is an issue. They want people who can deliver. If you can convince them that you can deliver, nothing should be a problem.
Colleagues, this is Çınar. I have a tiny addition to this question, if it's okay for you.
Yes, of course.
Okay, dear Tuğçe, as you may know, we have also some support programs in TÜBİTAK, and one of them is aiming this, let me say, this interaction among the potential coordinator from the EU and Turkish partners as a partner. In this support program, you can invite the potential coordinator to Turkey to visit your institute to make him see your capabilities, your research areas, and your infrastructure on the topic that you're working on. So by this, you're meeting and you get a connection with this potential coordinator, and TÜBİTAK supports the expenses. I know now it's the COVID and pandemic, so not so much applications are made, but it's going to be better, I hope. Just keep in mind that you can also use our support programs in order to meet with potential coordinators and show them your potential on what you can do in the projects as a partner. I totally agree with Alexander and Grigoris. I just wanted to make some additions to that. Okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. This is very important because it helps you in getting in touch with European partners from European Union or other associated countries, and not to take very much, so you don't have barrier that you don't have budget to go somewhere. But also you have to take into consideration opportunities like brokerage events or networking events organized online. I don't know if we don't have plans to organize such networking event for Cluster 6, but this is possible that we will do something within the frame of our project, like something like networking event to allow for face-to-face meetings, online face-to-face meetings with potential partners from Europe. And also you can participate, you should participate in this online brokerage event, which was mentioned by Miriam, which is organized by European Commission. Do we have some more questions? I don't see any other questions. You will have still opportunity to ask questions today or tomorrow. Kemal shared with you via email, and I also put it into chat section because some questions from you were relevant to the general training we were providing a couple of months ago. But the recording of this training is available on our website, so you can also go through these presentations when some important aspects of Cluster 6 participation in Cluster 6 calls were elaborated in more details. The main speaker was at that time was also Grigoris.
Alexander, we also have a slide, Paul, with
yes, great. It was my next point. I wanted to ask you if you have any other.
Can I ask Tukce from our team to
Yes.
broadcast the slide of questions?
Yes, great, yes. Please move on.
So the first question for you is, what is the type of the minimum viable content that you prefer? Is it the concept note or the PowerPoint presentation? Which do you believe that works better for you? This is if you remember, the first part that we covered before. Let me see some votes. Okay, let's give a few moments to the people to get connected to the Slido. Any votes on that? Okay, we started having a few. We have the two first. Let me see more. It seems quite tight. Let me see a few more. Let's see a few more. It seems that with a very, very tight preferences here. Okay, that proves at least that both of the ways are effective. I give you 2 more seconds if there is someone who wants to vote to decide, or we go to the next question. Anybody else who wants to vote? No, let's go to this next question, please. So what type of budget negotiations would you consider more effective? Let's see here if somebody, open negotiation or private one-to-one negotiations. Let me see. It seems that most of you prefer the open negotiations for the time being. I need to confess that I'm more practicing the private one-to-one negotiations. I find them more relevant and less drama situation. But again, it's a matter of personal style. So I understand that the majority of you prefer the open negotiations. That's really good to know. Oh, I see here quite some actually preference towards the open negotiations. That's good. Can we move to the next one, maybe? So, which of the factors do you consider more important? I see here that the majority of you believe that network is more important. It's not that I disagree with you, but don't underestimate the importance of effort. Let's see a little bit more. It seems that the network is the biggest winner. So this means that we need to establish more and more the networking skills and activities. And the last but not least, of course. So which strategy for approaching consortia is more suitable for you? Let me see. it seems that the multiplier is on the top, but then also more beginner strategies like the hunter and the fisherman are also quite popular. Okay. Any more votes? Okay. So, I think I'm done. Alexander, the floor back to you, and if, of course, if you have any questions on here.
Now I would like to ask, do we have? No, we don't have any additional ones. We don't have additional questions. Now the question to our experts, to Chinar, to Miriam, to Grigoris. Do you have any other comments you would like to share with our participants at that point? No, I don't hear any response. Okay, so it means that we are coming to an end of our first day. You are invited to join us tomorrow. And I think that tomorrow we will touch again the subjects which were raised in your questions, like how to prepare a budget. It will be elaborated in more details in the budget preparation. Also, we will present proposal template, and which is slightly different than template for Horizon 2020. There are some important differences, and we will again concentrate on giving you some information how to write proposal, how to prepare budget, and how projects are evaluated. So how to be aware of criteria of evaluation and how to prepare proposal which meets this criteria, and to be aware of evaluation process. So I think that we will close at that point if there are no any other comments from panelists. And we will meet tomorrow at 10 Istanbul time. We will have tomorrow, I would like to announce expert from our side, Adamantos Kompis, who is also very experienced in proposal preparation. So he will share his experiences in proposal preparation with you. So thank you very much for today, and looking forward to see all of you tomorrow. So thank you, goodbye, and have a nice day today.
Thank you. See you tomorrow.
See you.
Thank you very much. See you tomorrow.
See you. Bye-bye.